Assalamu alaikum. I am Azizbek and my partner here is Abdul Basit. We are now live from Samarkand, the historical capital of Uzbekistan, for the World Rapid and Blitz Championship 2023.
Sorry for bringing you some inconveniences. We had some technical issues, so we fixed, and now we're going to move on to the stream. So Samarkand wasn't chosen just randomly. The ancient chess pieces, which dated back to 6th and 8th century, were found in this city. So that's why Samarkand was chosen as a venue to host this championship.
So let's get back to work. So now we have the games of Magnus Carlsen, the reigning World Rapid and Blitz champion of the world. He is playing with the white pieces and his opponent is Denis Hismatulin. So let's get back to the game. Okay, the game started with d4 and
9f6. So Denis Hismatulin moves his pawn from c2 to c4.
Okay.
And Magnus Carlsen answers with moving its pawn to e6.
And this game is going for Queen's Gambit, I think. Yes. Knight f3, d5. Now it's Queen's Gambit declined. So Knight c3,
c6.
e3.
So
okay.
That's like basic opening.
Yes.
So just go.
Okay. We will fast forward these parts because players know the theory very well. They prepare beforehand for the games, and they know like 20 or 25 moves ahead. So we'll just fast forward. Okay. C takes D. C takes D. Knight goes to b5. Okay.
So bishop b4 a check.
That seems the only move that works for black right now. Okay. White just blocks with the bishop. Bishop takes bishop.
Exchanging.
Yes. Some materials exchanged. So castles. Bishop to e2.
Bishop a6.
Bishop a6. Okay. Now.
So now it's impossible to move with its knight to c7 for white. Well, it's possible, but it will bring a lot of problems after, as then bishop will just capture the bishop in e2, or just move its rook to c8.
Okay. So white chose to castle, kingside. Then black responded with taking the knight on b5. Bishop takes bishop. Kicking out the bishop from this square to but the bishop didn't go backwards. It didn't want that, but it took the knight in d7.
So queen captures the bishop, and whites are activating their rook and kind of want to reign the c line.
Now the queen and rook is making a pressure in open c file. So
so the black pieces want to prevent that and just attack the queen with its rook from moving from f8 to c8.
White dropped back his queen to d1, requesting an exchange of rooks, but Magnus Carlsen didn't like that, I suppose. He didn't take it. White is also keeping the tension right now and he wants to build up his rooks on the c file. Okay. Magnus Carlsen dropped back his knight to e8 to potentially route it to queenside.
To d6 and then potentially to c4. So by blocking the c line and activating their pieces.
Okay. But on the other hand, white is going for kingside with his knight by going to f3. Rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and knight is coming to d6
and
to a more active square.
Yeah, so their plan is to either go to c4 or e4, which are both counted as active as active area.
Okay, now it's time for white to move, and white chose to move his a pawn 2 steps forward to a4 and attacking the queen on b5. So queen dropped back to e8.
So for now the position is equal, but it's rapid, so you can't expect what's gonna happen next. So the queen moves to c7.
And black responds with black is requesting an exchange of queens right now, and Dennis Kismatulin is saying that he wants to exchange queens on his terms. Carlson took the queen. Rook takes queen. Now rook is in the 7th rank of the black territory, making it uncomfortable for them to move and to make a move.
Okay, so black respond to this by moving their rook to c8 and requesting an exchange of rooks. So the whites are accepting that, and the game is going to turn to the end game with pawns and knights.
There are 7 pawns in each side. It seems relatively equal right now, but we'll see what happens, because when the time trouble comes, people have a high probability of making mistakes. Okay, Dennis goes to knight e5, making it go to the center of the board, controlling more square than it did in its previous space. Okay, but black is responding with f6 to kick out the knight from the square, and knight dropped back to d3.
So now it's time for kings to activate. So Magnus decides to move its king to the better position.
Magnus stepped out from g file to f7. I think he's gonna go near center, making it difficult for white to make a move. Okay, white is also choosing to make a move with his king in order to activate. Okay.
So they are all bringing their kings to the center, and whites are also doing the same.
Yes. The game is relatively equal right now, but we'll see what happens. Okay. Dennis moved his f pawn to f4. That's not an easy step. That's easy move to make in such time trouble. He's got less than a minute on his clock, but Carlson, on the other hand, has got more than 7 minutes. Okay, Carlson responded with a5,
g4 from whites, and black is responding to that by moving its king to c6 and maybe activating their knight.
Okay, yes, that's right, and that's exactly what happened. The knight from c8 came to d6, but Dennis is going forward with his pawns into the king side, and his h pawn is already in the square h5. Okay, Carlson blocks the next step by h6.
b3.
Now the Carlson's queen is going back to king side.
King's stepping back, and whites are moving the same with their knight.
So a pawn trade, and Dennis didn't accept it. He wanted to be on his terms. So Carlson again moved his king to c6. Okay. The knight in f2 goes to d3, making it impossible for black to break through from center, and but on the other hand, black is coming to e4, and nothing can provide it, nothing can kick out it, because all the pawns have been marched forward down the board.
So this move has two aims. It first is capturing the pawn in g5 after exchanging their pawns, and the second one is with a check from g3 and capturing the pawn on h5.
Okay.
So check,
and king comes to d6. Oh, whoa, what happened right now? Dennis made a huge mistake according to Stockfish. He captured the pawn on h6, but the computer didn't like it very much. Pawn takes pawn. Whoa.
Another mistake.
Another mistake from Dennis, and it seems to be going for the black's favor. And Carlsen found the only working move, the only winning move in this position, and he moved his knight to f6.
So Dennis Hismatulin bringing his king to the left.
Okay, but Carlsen took a pawn, and he's now up a pawn and winning the game. Dennis marched his pawn to b4. Okay.
So there may be a question why whites didn't move their knight to f7, give a check, and then capture the pawn in h6. Well, when given a check, king would just step back to e7 and attack that knight, and if that captures the pawn, so king can move to f6, g7, and just capture the knight and totally win the game.
Okay. Another mistake from white. He took the pawn on a5, and Carlsen took back. And the last moves are not quite liked by Stockfish. You know what? Because he's got less than a minute on his clock, and he's making move on pressure, and pressure makes a person make mistakes. But Carlsen also responds with mistake, even if he's got more than 6 minutes on his clock.
Okay, so whites are moving their knight to g6. Well, the correct move I think could be to f3 rather than h6.
Okay, one of the reasons why he moved this knight to g6 is to prevent the black from going to h4. Okay.
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
King c2.
Carlsen he's using his time right now.
So let's see the other games. Well, this is like almost we can know the result, so let's move to some other interesting games.
That's 100% sure.
Also, Magnus Carlsen just won now.
Even before we went to other games, I think they heard us and they just agreed the result of the game, and Magnus Carlsen won his second match against a grandmaster of Dennis Hismatulin.
So let's switch to the other games. So Levon Aranyan is playing against Samuel Tersakhan, against the Armenian grandmaster. Levon Aranyan was regarded as the favorites of this tournament.
The game seems like a draw, and yes, they agreed to draw, and we can move to another game as well. Maybe we can move to one of our people,
So if you want some player for us to analyze and watch, you can just type it in the comment section, so we can switch to that.
Okay. Right now the computer is saying
the advantage is on the black side. Oh, so
black side. Oh, that was the mistake of translation.
I think we are a little back of the translation. So, well, I think the games are all finished.
Yeah, they nearly are all finished, I think. We can just refresh. Okay. Okay, here, this game hasn't finished. But it's not showing time. I think that's the mistake. You know, it little fell behind from translation. Okay.
So we missed the first round, in which there were recorded some surprising results, especially Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi lost their made a draw with their opponents and lost their half points. So, however, there are still a lot of rounds
to go. We'll see what happens in the next rounds. First round is just the introduction part, and the main action is going to happen like in fourth or fifth round. We are going to have very many heated matches. Okay, here in Gukesh Damaraju and Grzegorz Nasuta, a grandmaster from Poland. Their game is going on right now, and Grzegorz has just made a mistake, just moving his rook from h7, h8 to h7. It's showing Gukesh doesn't have any time left on his clock, but I'm sure he can't have loss on time. Okay, until the mistake is.
Let's see what opening did they have in this game. So Gukesh started with moving its pawn to d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, e3. So bishop moving to f5, c4. So caller system. How do they call it? c6 and just.
This is just theory. The openings, top players know the opening very well.
So this move seemed very fabulous. Bishop being on c4 was attacked by a pawn from b5, and surprisingly Gukesh Damaraju captured the pawn on e6 and sacrificed its bishop for like 2 pawns. Oh, he's not capturing the pawn on g6, but beforehand he's deciding to move its pawn to g5. So knight h5, queen check, and f4. So we can see that the structure of pieces and pawns of blacks are really poor. Whereas Gukesh Damaraju has activated its pieces very well. So blacks are trying to kind of find a way to exchange their pieces to mitigate the position. Before g6, so with a checkmate from f7. So king is escaping that by moving to the left. Knight c5 check, king d8. So the position overall is advantageous, beneficial for white, as we can see. So captured. So they are exchanging the queens.
Now there's a pass pawn on f7. I think the rook on h8 will block its way to becoming queening. But no, he made a big mistake of capturing the knight on c5. And Gukesh took it with his bishop. Knight dropped back to d7, attacking the bishop on c7 and also keeping an eye on f8 square, where the pawn is about to promote to a queen. But
So bishop moving to d6 and blocking the king to escape to either sides, and kind of preventing the pawn on f7 to be captured.
okay. Now Gregors is blocking the way of pawn by moving his knight to a less active square, and Gukesh found the only working and winning move in this position and moved his pawn to d5.
The king is attacking the bishop by moving to d7, and white is capturing the pawn.
At the same time, defending the bishop on d6. Right now, the king is attacking the pawn on f7. Oh, Gukesh also in time trouble is making a mistake, and now the positions have been equalized, but in order to find a way, Gregors must find really accurate moves. But he didn't exactly do that, and moved his rook from a7 to
c8 and attacking the pawn on c6.
Okay, white is giving a check while keeping an eye on c6 pawn.
King is capturing
the pawn,
and king is
sliding back to queen side from the open diagonal of c file
to activate the rook from c1 and moving to c7, and by that having a better position.
That's another mistake from Gregors. And Gukesh found again the only working move here. Now Gregors moved his knight from g3 to f5, attacking the rook on d6, and the rook lifts to d2, and that's the mistake we have seen in the beginning of the match. And here the game seems to have stopped, but we know that Gukesh Damaraju didn't lose on time. That's just a technical issue.
Yeah, so overall games are about to finish.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. We can go to Magnus Carlsen's game. First one.
He won the game already.
Yeah, we have seen. Yeah. Magnus Carlsen won his match against Denis Hismatulin, and he's now have 1.5 points out of 2 after 2 rounds. And we can go to Levon Aronian, who is one of the best chess players ever, and he also agreed to draw, and he also has got 1.5 points after 2 rounds.
So all games have finished, and we're waiting for another list of players who will be playing against with.
Here, a young prodigy from Uzbekistan, Nazarbayev Abdusattarov, won his match against Andrew Z. Hong, and he's got perfect score, 2.2 out of 2, and I think he's one of the people who haven't lost any points today. All the games seem to have finished of the round 2, so
let's talk about the results from the first round. So as we have told, Magnus Carlsen and Yanni Pomniachtchi and also Maxim Vashilagraf lost their points. Whereas in the last tournament, which took place in Almaty in 2022, Magnus Carlsen had only lost like half point in these 5 games.
But even after round 2, he has already lost 1/2 point of his points, but there are still 3 rounds to go until the end of the day.
So in the last tournament, we also need to mention that Ian Nepomniachtchi like had a very interesting situation. He had problems with dress code, so the staff working there demanded him to change his clothes, but in this tournament dress code regulations are mitigated, which are quite beneficial for chess players, because they have a right to choose their clothes and feel free while playing the chess.
Yes. Here again, one surprising result. Anish Giri, one of the highest rated players of Rapid in the world, has just lost the second game to Clementi Saichev.
Yeah, this happened in the first round. So young prodigy from Netherlands lost its game.
Okay.
So feel free to write down the name of the chess player you want to see, you want to watch with us.
Okay.
So for now we're waiting for the standings and the next pairs.
We're waiting for the pairings results of round 3.
So let's talk about the chess players that didn't arrive to Uzbekistan to participate in this tournament. Alireza Firuja, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura were also regarded as favorites to this tournament, but they didn't arrive. Well, Alireza Firuja before this tournament had another competition, Christmas Adventures, in which was established by French FIDE to surpass the Wesley So. This was needed to participate in candidates for the world's champion. But Alireza Firuja failed to win all the games, and consequently didn't manage to surpass Wesley So.
Okay. Now there is like 4 minutes approximately till the start of the round 3, and until then we can see the other results of the games. Now here's a match between 2 Uzbek prodigies, one Nodirbek Yakuboyev and the second one is
Muhammad Al
Abdurrahmanov.
So the game seemed to be happened to really beautifully.
Okay. The game started with e4.
So still in defense.
Yes. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5,
e6,
e6,
capturing.
knight. This is a Sicilian defense. Rosolimo attack. Knight goes to g6 right now, and the knight on f3 goes to g5. And Muhammad Ali decided to kick out the knight by moving his pawn from f7 to f6, and knight goes to 6,
H3.
H3. Oh, there's a pawn push in the center, and Black is trying to get the whole center by exchanging these pawns. If White takes this pawn, he will take it with the pawn on C6, and we'll have a big center, and by that we'll have an advantage. Queen goes to H5, pinning the knight to the king, and this seems like a little bit mistake by Muhammad Ali by moving his queen from D8 to C7. Now there's pawn push from Nadirbek to the king side, potentially going to F5. Black wants to deal with this danger and decided to move his queen from C7 to F7.
So let's see where the turning point happened in this game. So this is like a little mistake. So here Nadirbek Yakuboyev missed the chance of getting advantage. He could have moved his pawn to C4 or before B3 and C4, but he decides to move its rook to E1.
Now the advantage is slightly going to favoring the white pieces.
So here Muhammad Ali made two consecutive mistakes. First by moving its queen to F7, and then by moving its rook to E7. So Nadirbek Yakuboyev couldn't realize that effectively and started to miss the advantage.
He couldn't find the exact moves to win the game. Now Black is giving another chance to win the game by making a mistake, and this time Nadirbek finds it. Oh, again one mistake that is equalizing the game according to Socrates, but in the time trouble it's really difficult to find the right moves, especially when you have 20 seconds on the clock.
So here now blacks are having advantage. So whites are like invading the territory of white pieces, and here another mistake. By giving a check, they are letting the king to escape from C1 and then to B2, whereas if they had moved to their queen to H1, they could have give them a checkmate from D1. So now the position is equal again. So here a blunder by
the first blunder of the game, I think.
So rook D7 leads white pieces to win this game, I think. Another mistake which...
That's really natural, because while making that move he had like 17 seconds on the clock.
Capturing the rook and letting the white pawn to
become a queen, nearly a queen.
Yeah, to have a one step to become a queen. So it is becoming queen, and whites are doing the same.
And now there are 4 queens on the board. That's really unusual. Okay, white is moving his king to B6, going into a more safer square, and black is just giving a check from B1, and rook is escaping, and now rook is coming to forward and to help the pawn on H6 potentially running down the board to h1 to make maybe third queen. Now the deadly check from f6 ended the game.
So there was a question in chat, what's the number of all players participating in this tournament? The list of the players is really huge, like over 400 or 500 players in each, in both Rapid and Blitz. This number is a bit less in women.
Okay.
So I think the next games are going to take place soon.
The games haven't started, and we can see the board, the standings here. Bharat Subramaniam has got 2 out of 2 points and leading the tournament right now, but this is just the beginning, and after 4 or 5 rounds we can see who really has got a chance to win the tournament. There is also another big Abdusattar winning the first 2 games and having the perfect score after 2 rounds. And there is also Richard Rapport, Nihal Sari, Arjun Erigaisi, one of the favorites of fans to win the tournament. We can see Magnus Carlsen in the top 20, and that's really interesting because he made a draw in the first game and now has got 1.5 points out of 2.
So this tournament has also some benefits for chess players. They add FIDE circuit points, and for Rapid the first place gets 21.32, and this number decreases by having higher places. And for Blitz it's a bit less, and Magnus Carlsen told that winning Blitz is harder, so the circuit points for Blitz should be a bit higher than Rapid. He said that although this doesn't affect him anyhow, because he is qualified for the candidates tournament.
Okay, I think it is important to note how much money will players take by participating and winning the tournament. The total prize fund of the tournament is $1 million, and for the open section it is $700,000, and for the women's section it is $300,000. So it's important to note the person who wants to win the tournament will get a lot of money.
So current champion from both Rapid and Blitz is Magnus Carlsen. He came to defend his title.
The third round is about to begin, but the pairings hasn't been decided yet. I think there is yes, waiting for pairings. They haven't been done yet. So it is important to note that you may be asking, what is the FIDE circuit? So what is circuit points? Circuit points are points when at the end of the tournament, according to the results of players, they will get FIDE circuit points, and at the end of the year all accumulated points will be added, and it will decide who will go to candidates tournament, and the one place of candidates tournament is going to be determined by FIDE circuit points. Right now we can see who is in the first place in FIDE circuit points. There is like Fabiano Caruana is the first right now, but he has already qualified to the candidates tournament by like 4 or 5 times by taking the third place in the World Cup. And here there is Gukesh Damaraju in the second place, and Anish Giri, Wesley So, Arjun Ergaisi. And there is Nolderbek Abdusattorov in the 8th place, and in the 10th place there is Jawahar Sindorov. So overall there are 2 players from Uzbekistan in the top 10 with the so good points. So in this tournament, not all of the top 10 are participating. For example, Wesley So didn't come to the tournament, but other 9 players are playing in the tournament actively.
So we forgot to mention the time control. For Rapid, it's 15 minutes for each player before the game, and and there is an increment of 10 seconds per move. Well, the Magnus Carlsen started the Rapid tournament with white pawns, and he's going to do the same in the Blitz tournament. This was determined yesterday in the press conference, in the opening ceremony. And if you haven't watched that, you can just go to the channel, to the YouTube channel
of UzChess.
Yes, and watch the ceremony. It was determined really unique.
Yeah, that was really unusual, surprising, I can say. Okay, maybe until the start of the next round we can just check interesting games. Here we've got Vidi Santosh Gujarati playing with the white pieces against Wahab Sanal, who is a strong grandmaster from Turkey. So we'll start from opening. The game started with d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6. The game is going for London system. Now you can see the symmetry. It's nearly the same. They moved the same pieces to nearly the same squares. So e3, e6, bishop to d3, requesting an exchange of bishops. And black is doing exactly the same. But Vidit Santosh Gujarati didn't accept to take the bishop on d6 and decided to go to g5, pinning the knight to the queen. Okay, now black is defending the pawn on d5 one more time by moving the pawn to c6. White castles. The second black knight activates by coming to d7. Okay, c4, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and castles again. Knight c3, bishop drops back to e7 in case he wants to move the queen to a more active square and escaping from the pin on the f6. Okay. Now in the d file, the queen and rook is lined up. Okay. The knight goes to h5 to the edge of the board and opening the line between 2 bishops. And bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and there's another pawn break in the center by Vidit, and eventually Wahab Sanal took the pawn on c4 with the pawn on d5.
So sorry for disturbing. The pairings have been announced, in which Magnus Carlsen will be playing against Tigran Petrosyan, grandmaster from Armenia, and Richard Rapport will be playing under the second game board against Pakratov Pavel, and Abdusattorov Nolderbek will be playing against Narayanan. So I think they are going to be commenced soon.
The games haven't really started yet. even if the opponents are exact, the games haven't really started, and we are waiting for the games to start. We can look at Jawahir Sindarov's game, the second highest rated player in Uzbekistan right now in Rapid. Okay, he drew his game against Clement Isaichev, who won Anish Giri surprisingly in the first round. Okay, let's see what happened in the match from the beginning.
So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, Italian game. So they're going to go with their knight to f6.
Attacking the pawn on e4, and black naturally defended the pawn on e4 by moving the pawn on d2 to d3. Bishop to c5, knight c3, a6, castles, h6, bishop to e3. Okay, d6, opening up the diagonal to preparing to activate the bishop from its home square. The bishop takes bishop on c5, pawn takes bishop, and knight goes to the center of the board, d5, and black just castles. Pawn is going to a4, b6, knight just drops back, and rook has got some active diagonal in E line. And that's a prophylactic move from Jawahir, and sliding the move from G1 to H1.
So let me leave for some time. I'll be back in really soon.
Okay. So we can be seeing the other matches as well. Here is standings after round 2. Bharat Subramaniam is ranked first, but most of the players, like there are 25 players who won the first 2 matches, and Magnus Carlsen is not one of them, nor Anish Giri. That's surprising start for a tournament. Okay, we can look for the other games from Uzbekistan according to interest from audience. Okay, here Jahangir Wahidov lost to Roman Savshakziev, who is rated 500 points lower than Jawahir Sindarov. Jahangir Wahidov has just lost his second consecutive match in the Rapid Championship, and he's got 0 out of 2 points. Who would have expected that? And there is like Ali Kasimov, who played against Zamsaran Taisibdov, and he also lost the match. So the pairings for the third round are out, and in this match Magnus Carlsen has been tied with Tigran Petrosyan from Armenia, and some interesting opponents. Pavel Pankratov is going to play with Richard Rapport. Another big upsetter with Narayan from India. Yu Yangyi, the second best chess player in China after Ding Liren, who is the world champion right now. Okay, now we are going to see the battle of 2 Chinese players. That's going to be interesting. Okay. Nihal Sarin is also playing with his a player from India. Nodirbek Yakuboyev is going to play with Anton Gujar from Spain. And one of the highest rated players in the history of chess, Levon Aronian, is going to play with Gorevets Andrei in the third round. They both have 1.5 points out of 2. Now we can go to the games and see what's happening on the board. We just refresh. The third round hasn't been started, it's showing. Yes, the third round hasn't really started, and we will see. So until the start, we will take a look at other games. Yeah, there is also one interesting match against two Grandmasters. The first one is Alexander Shimanov with Abdulmalik Abdusalimov. And the game ended with the victory of black pieces. And let me take you through the game. How it happened, what opening did they play, and we can see the accuracy is 82%. That's not really high. We have seen 90.95% accuracy in some games. So this game started with d4, knight f6, c4. Okay, it's the King Indian's defense we have on the board. So e5. Now it's becoming English opening, Queen's Knight variation. Okay, pawn push from Abdulmalik to h3. Knight goes to d7. Bishop goes to d3. You know, protecting, putting it itself to the center of the board, protecting 2 pawns in the center. First one is in c3 and the second one is e5. So go castles. Knight goes to e2. There's another pawn break in the center. c5 and d5. The situation is getting complicated because such kind of closed positions are really difficult to play and really require a lot of time on the clock. And knight goes to e5, castles, e6, de, fe, and there is another pawn push, which is obviously a mistake by Abdulmalik Abdusalimov. Knight captures the bishop on d3, queen captures knight, b6, bishop e3, bishop b7, and rook and queen are lined up in the open d file and attacking the pawn on d6. And black is just moving forward with the queen and just sacrificing the pawn, I think. But white didn't take the pawn. Now the pawn is protected by the rook. Of course, the queen is not going to take the pawn on d6 right now. Now white's knight is going to more active square to b5 and attacking the pawn on d6. Black is just trying to kick out the knight on b5, and the knight takes pawn, queen comes to c6, attacking the knight here, and it's a pin for the queen. Queen cannot go to any other place than in this file. If he moves to like c3 or e2, the knight in the d6 will be lost. So I think this is a turning point of the match when Abdulmalik Abdusalimov made a fatal mistake of moving his rook from f1 to f2, and black found the only winning move in the game, increasing the pressure on the knight on d6. White is just protecting the knight with the pawn on e5. Oh, Alexander, he also made a mistake of capturing the knight on d6. Pawn takes d6, pawn takes knight. Now the rooks are about to get lined up in the d file, because there is a passed pawn on d6, and that may be a huge problem in the endgame. So both the rooks and the queen are lined up in d file, protecting the pawn on d6. Yes, as we expected, and the rooks are lined up in black as well. So queen drops back to c2 and just sacrifice the pawn on d6. And so I think Abdulmalik thought there is no point in protecting that pawn, maybe trying to take another plan working. Rook takes rook, and rook takes rook. Now two of the rooks of both sides have been exchanged, and now there are two bishops in black and one bishop and one knight in white pieces. And in such games, in such end games where there are pawns on either side of the board, two bishops are considered more powerful than knight and bishop. So black's got some positional advantage, but he has got to find the right moves to win the game. And he moved his knight to e4, the center of square, attacking the queen on d6. And now the knight is under attack by not only with the bishop on b7, but also with the queen in c6. Knight goes to g5, and there's another pawn break in the center. That's obviously a mistake. The computer is saying it's a mistake. Okay, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. Knight comes back to f3, attacking the bishop on e5, and bishop just drops back one square, and it's in f6 right now. Now the white queen is coming to d2, to an open file where he can go to maybe d3. Okay, black just moved his queen to e6, and Abdulmalik made another mistake, and this time Alexander didn't let it slip, and he is going to win material in this situation. So another mistake, another pawn push, and Abdulmalik just wanted to protect the pawn on b3, but that's obviously a mistake, because the knight in g5 is nearly trapped, and he just went back to f3, attacking the queen on e5. Bishop takes f3. Okay, pawn takes bishop. Now there's a check on the board in g3. King slides back. So we are seeing an endgame where black has got two more pawns in the king side, and they are both passers, and it is really difficult to stop them. So the game went on. There have been so many checks. black's just trying to find a good position. So black has just won the short pawn and is now winning the game. So there are many other checks. White also won one pawn, but that's not something that's going to change the fate of this game. Another handful of checks from white, and the queens are exchanged, and now there are two passed pawns, and one dark colored bishop may not be able to stop it. The pawn on h5 goes to h4, potentially going to queen. It is going to make a queen. The king in c2 goes to d3. Another pawn push. Now the pawn cannot go to h2 because it's defended by the black dark colored bishop on c7. But now it can, because this square is now protected by the black dark squared bishop. And here Abdulmalik Abdusalimov decided to resign the game. He understood that there is no point in continuing. Okay, the third rounds have started already, and we can now dive in right away.
So Magnus Carlsen started with e4, g6, and d4. So bishop g7, knight f3. So the opening is called Reti opening. So like both are combating to reign the center. Knight c3, knight f6, knight g5, castles, c6. So far they have reached this position, and so Magnus Carlsen played queen b3, and black moved with their king to h8, so as to like prevent the this strategy of whites. And then after giving check, black king would have escaped to h8, then knight f7, and have an advantage. So that's why black moved its king to h8. So Magnus Carlsen is now thinking, well, the position is complicated. It's like closed. Well, Magnus Carlsen likes to play such games, and like the opponents of Magnus Carlsen like playing this too. So he activated its bishop by moving it to d2. So far the position is equal. Let's see the Norderbeek Tarf. So here the position is also equal. So they played knight of d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3. So it turned to Nimzo-Indian defense. After exchanging their pawns, activated its knight. So far we're witnessing the opening. So in this position, whites have a choice to move their bishop, their queen to e1 and activate it from g3. So somehow like starting an attack to the king, or instead of g3 they can even move their queen to h4, and that's also going to be dangerous for black. However, the position is equal so far. Another backup Satarov made a sensation in 2 years ago in Warsaw, Poland. Surprisingly, he won the Rapid Championship by beating Magnus Carlsen and other top chess players. However, last year he was out of top 10, and in that championship Magnus Carlsen returned his title of the Rapid Champion. But when it comes to Blitz, Magnus Carlsen is reigning like for 2-3 years, consecutive years, of course. So let's see where the game turned a bit more interesting. So let's see the Richard Rapport. So here the position is also equal. So before the tournament, Richard Rapport gave a played with 13 like Uzbek players at the same time, and he played rapid against them. So he's now like more prepared and has like more experience. So he is also regarded as one of the top players, and he has scored 2 out of 2 possible points. Let's see his game against Pavel Pankratiev. So Pavel started with moving its pawn to e4, c6, so Caro-Kann defense. So here blacks want to break this structure of connected pawns and have a pressure on c2 on this by bishop and rook. So Pavel just captures the pawn and exchanging the pieces. So the position is pacific so far. So whites are starting attacking the left side of the board. Like there are 2 rooks pointed here, and these pawns are really weak. They are disconnected and located in the same line, and here there's a pawn which can turn into queen, and that can be dangerous for Richard Rapport, and he's going to attack on the other side. So whites are concentrating on the left side, and so far they have reached this situation. So what can black do here? They can move their queen either here. Well, I think moving the queen here to e8 or f8 is a bit weak. So I think, yeah, so Richard Rapport moved its queen to d7. So I think whites are going to capture this pawn, or else black pawn will capture it. So the position is equal here. let's jump to the battle of Indian chess players. It seems to be really interesting. So still in defense, some basic foundations. So here, in the 12th move, Aravind is making a mistake by moving its pawn to h5, and whites are activating their pieces. So here you can see the queen and rook are about to attack this line, and here rook is going to attack the f line. So white is just moving its king to f8, so escaping the possible attack from this line. And Nihal Sarin activates its knight, so black king is going further, f5, so requesting for exchange, but black are moving their knight to c5. But instead, if they had moved like something like e5, they would block the attack of rook and the rooks and the queen. Well, capturing is not an option, and knight c5 is giving an opportunity to open the f line for this rook, and Nihal Sarin uses that. So black is Aravind is activating its knight from g4, but the king is really has a really poor position. It's like almost naked, and here the pawn is attacking the knight, and of course stepping back by knight here would just donate this pawn, and by going knight to e6, whites would have like total dominance. So instead, the blacks are moving their bishop to f6, and here Nihal Sarin makes a mistake by moving its bishop to e3. So he had like options of stepping back by its knight f3. Also e5 seems a bit interesting. Yeah, so Nihal Sarin is like deciding to defend ineffectively its knight from e3, but still has an advantage over black pieces. Still this knight is under attack, and this pawn is going to be captured by the knight. So I think the best move for blacks would be capturing the knight. Okay, so now we are having some issues here. We're going to be back like within the short period.
We are now back and we'll be reviewing the games of the 3 rounds.
So we've got the result of Richard Rappert, who won the game against Pavel Pankratov. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so we have seen here the options for the black queen, so he moved it to d7. So the position was like equal, but after this move, advantage got to the hands of the Richard Rappert. But Richard Rappert couldn't use that effectively, and instead captured the pawn in e5. The bishop moving to d4, and the position is becoming equal again. So here whites are making another mistake by moving their bishop to f6, which instead they could just capture this knight, or yeah, I think this would be a great option. Instead they move their bishop to f6, h6, h4, supporting, exchanging. So now blacks are having dominance over this line and activating their queen like this.
If the king doesn't escape from g1 to other safe squares or other
e7 check, and losing its rook.
yeah, for nearly free.
Yeah, and after this move, Pavel Pankratov resigns the game, and Richard Rappert so far is having 100% result.
Yeah, he's having a good tournament. He's got 3 points out of 3, and is one of the players who is leading the tournament.
Okay, so let's have a look at Nodirbek Abdusattarov.
Another person who is having a good tournament, 2 out of 2, and in the third round, we are in the middle game.
We have seen the game until this position. We thought about moving the queen to e1 and attacking the king. But Abdusattarov decides to move its knight to f4, requesting exchanging.
Accepted.
a4, queen d7. Not the best move. So instead, like having such moves.
Rerouting the knight to the center of the board would have been a great option if he found the right moment.
So Abdusattarov preparing an attack from the
King's side.
And Narayanan is preparing to defend against that. Overall, the position is still equal. So far they have reached this position.
And Nodirbek Abdusattarov is having a moment to think what to move.
Yeah, he has twice as less time as his opponent.
Yes.
Well, while attacking, having less time may bring really negative implications, as attacking requires thinking about the different variations, and missing one point may lead to a failure, to a loss of the game. So he had moved its pawn to b3, and whites are capturing the piece.
But that's obviously a mistake according to Stockfish.
So after exchanges from here and here, the position will be steady again.
It's in the middle game. It seems to go to end game soon, but Nonderbek doesn't have so much time on his clock. He needs to make moves faster.
So during that time, let's see the game of two Indian chess players. So after this mistake, we have seen
another mistake.
Aravind answered to a mistake by mistake, and Nihal Sarin answered to that in the same way. So after exchanging the pieces, white is moving its queen to g3, and here two pawns are under attack from this side. So like queen moving to e7 would be, I think, the best choice.
Now there is an open file in F line where the white rook is staring down nearly the opponent king, and there is also the bishop in c2, which is staring down to the king side. If the game is opened, then it could become really dangerous for black.
So yeah, Aravind moved its queen. So for white, maybe actualizing the bishop, opening this and coming to capture the pawn on e6 would be a better choice. So let's see what Nihal Sarin is going to do.
He's got more than 5 minutes. That should be enough for a rapid game. And
yes,
but Aravind has just made another mistake. Now it's showing -4 for black. It is nearly equal for a full rook.
So having like e5. Oh, wow,
d5.
Great move indeed. So now black has to capture the knight, or else they're going to lose their bishop, like after stepping back to d8 from e6 and capturing the g5.
That's a brilliant move. The first brilliant move of the game. Now black should decide whether to capture or drop back to d8, but I think he has to capture it.
So after capturing, what's going to be next? Let's see. Capturing, defending like this, and
maybe
moving knight with here, stepping back here, capturing this, and
it could be deadly. Yes.
Yeah, that's like obvious for white pieces. Let's get back to the so here like 3 pieces of blacks are under attack, this here, and the rook is really dangerous here, bishop
staring down the black king.
Yeah, so like here black king literally
doesn't have any square to move.
Yes, so like some kind of giving a check from with queen will be checkmate. That's really dangerous. So let's get back to the situation.
So now Aravin is thinking again after making a blunder. So he must know that he is really in danger
So
losing.
yeah, so they get to this situation again. This is really bad. After this, and moving knight here, as we have seen, will also bring the same consequences.
Yeah. White sacrificed his knight for one pawn, and now he's going to recapture the bishop on g5 and is about to equalize the materials on both sides.
So the game is like obvious for which side it is. So let's see the game of Magnus Carlsen. We have also seen partially this game until what? Yeah, so we have seen until here. Oh no, yeah, until here, and Carlsen moved its rook to c1, and Tigran Petrosyan decided to block again.
Now White can take the pawn on c5 by the rule of en passant. D takes c, but
No.
Carlsen refused to take it and didn't take. The pawn just moved his queen to h3.
Okay, so after h6, if the knight is going to back, black would activate their pawns here, here, and that's really
uncomfortable for White to deal with, because all the pawns in the king side are marching forward towards the white king in order to open up it and blow a deadly attack.
So instead, he decides to exchange the knight and bishop. So f3.
So before this move, Tigran El Petrosyan had advantage of 1.6 according to Sakush, but after moving the pawn on f4 to f3, the evaluation bar is saying the game is equal again.
Yes. So Magnus Carlsen answers to this by mistake. So making like if he had moved here, he would just completely block the center, and by bringing bishop here, he could bring the queen here also, and maybe start attacking right from here.
Because White has got two bishops. If the game opens up and the pawns are exchanged and the knights are exchanged, it is going to be really difficult for black to protect.
Yeah, so he had done this. After that, queen e6, so there is a danger of bringing queen here, like giving a mate here, but of course first by capturing the knight here, so as to prevent him from moving here, and so after moving here, giving checkmate here, or what's more, he can like bring king here also and attack this pawn.
The pawn on f3 is really dangerous right now. We can see many potential checkmate dangers here, and
so he's opening the area for bishop to kind of kick out the queen if he is going to come. So he's capturing and moving its queen to g4, Bishop
And the
F1.
a3 square is no longer accessible for black
Queen.
and
So now white can start attacking this pawn because it has now became weak. If like moving here and here, but black can also kind of sustain it with moving its pawn until g4.
And here we can see the results. And Magnus Carlsen won his third game against Armenian Grandmaster Tigran Petrosyan.
So I think after this move, the result was changed. So if that's a bad move, maybe capturing with this one would be a better choice.
Creating a pass pawn on d5.
Yeah, but by this, I think it's letting the rook to become activated from b1 and then to b7, and here just dominate the 7th line, and maybe even like bringing another rook here. So yeah, that's the mistake. And Magnus Carlsen is moving its queen to a6 to attack this d6 pawn, which is also weak. So if black loses its pawn here, these two pawns will be weak, and it would create a room for this pawn to pass. So they will now defend as well as possible.
Now the white rook is going to b7 and attack the pawn on a7. Now the a7 pawn has not got any protectors. It can even be captured, but after going to b7 with the rook, after that, if queen takes a7, the bishop in g7 can also be attacked, and in the 7th rank of the black pieces, they are going to have a really difficult time to deal with this problem.
Okay, so black is saying like, I don't need that, I don't need to defend that. Instead, I would attack the king side. But after this move, whites are blocking the way, and now it's completely inaccessible for queen to
or anything to come into white's position to attack the white king.
Yeah, like it can, of course, by moving through the whole board, but the left side is really dominated by Magnus Carlsen, so it's impossible to get inside this kind of castle.
Yes.
So now it's attacking to e4. So
now we can see the power of two bishops.
Yes. Now it's captured. So I think after this, everything became
vulnerable, and everything is lost, and every pawn is gonna drop.
So, but Armenian Grandmaster
doesn't give up.
Yes, he is. He's competing until the end, but still, it's obvious that blacks lost the game.
Yeah, there is a pass pawn on d6, and there is rook in c7 that's really active. There is a bishop on c3 staring down to opponent king.
So now, after this move, blacks resigned the game. So, like, if they try to defend the rook on f7, it's still going to be sustained by this rook d1 and moving the pawn until it becomes queen. Or if it's going to capture, the bishop is going to do the same. and activating rook here and becoming queen here. So that's obvious.
So let's get back to other games where we see a surprising result here.
So Norway Satar lost the game against another Indian grandmaster. So we have seen this game partially too, but let's see where the story has changed. It was equal when we saw, if you remember.
Yes, it was.
So yeah, after this move, he captured the pawn. Like, as we told, instead, if you had captured
the pawn, there would be two isolated pawns on d4 and d5, and they would be really difficult to protect.
Yes, but still, this is not a really big mistake.
Yes, because it's the middle game. If it was the end game, that would have been a really big problem. But in the middle game, there are so many pieces to protect and to attack, and the computer is showing it's equal.
So, exchanging rooks and knights. So now the position is equal again. So after this move,
there is slightly advantage in Indian grandmaster, but white is not totally lost. He's got some ways, you know.
Yes. So black queen is like penetrating the defense of the of Northern Satar, whereas he like barely can do the same because it's really defended by here knight and bishop.
Yeah, all the squares are covered by knight. Knight is one of the best defenders in chess because it holds many squares around the king or around pawns, like making it impossible for now white to go to e7 or e8 to make a problem for black.
So what's making a difference here is the position of the bishops and the queens. So the bishop of Northern Satar is really passive because here it's this way is closed by queen and knight, whereas this side is defended by bishop a5 and b6. For black bishop, it's open. It's really open, and this is the same with queens of both players. So he moves his knight to e2.
And Indian grandmaster makes a mistake, offering a bishop trade, and the game becomes equal again. But after queen e7, it is totally lost for white, because after
like he's missing this knight e4, and well, capturing that would be totally like Norbek Absatar would totally be defeated after capturing the knight here. The pawns will be really weak, and so Narayanan would just use that advantage. But if he like moves his knight to some f4, he would still
lose his queen.
Yeah, he would like just even get a checkmate.
Yeah.
After this check, and then either by here or by here. So here Narayanan makes a mistake by capturing the pawn here.
If white recaptures the queen on e4,
so like instead capturing this, and this would be much better. But after this move, he could have like what he's missing by this is that after something like g5 or like making castle by g6 and f5, something like that. Yeah, so like after g6 and king f4, f5 would make the king impossible to move out. So Narayan makes move with pawn to h5. That's also a brilliant move, because after it captures it, the pawn will be moved to f5, and the same story will happen here. So yeah, after this, Norbek Kapsatar resigned the game. So as you see, like time burnout is causing a lot of mistakes in grandmasters, and this game was not an exception of that. So here we have a game of one game left of Ivan Cheparinov and Igor Lysic. So it's advantages for whites.
White is up a bishop. There is like one pawn for the bishop.
So so in this position, dominance is on the white side.
Just because he's up a bishop for a pawn, this endgame is winning for white, of course. If white exchanges one pawn and goes to the queen side and protect the pawns from becoming queens, then he will eventually make a queen himself and win the game. Okay, we can see other games as well. There's also another surprising result here. Conrad Holt from USA has just won his match against one of the best players of the world, Shakhriyar Mehmedyarov. So we will check the game from the middle game. So here even black, the computer is favoring black and showing -1 for white pieces. And Mehmedyarov found the right move to play by playing the pawn from h7 to h5, bishop c3, bishop h6, knight g3, h5, h4, knight drops back to f1, and the pawn on h2 just marched down the board to h3, trying to open up the king. And Conrad made a mistake of not capturing the pawn on h3. This is also not the most accurate move, actually. Knight goes to a more active square, potentially rerouting to f3 after moving the pawn on f3 to f4, maybe, making the bishop on h6 useless. Okay, then knight comes to g5, protecting the pawn on h3, and another pawn break in the center, e4. Okay, it's recaptured, and another pawn break in f line and f5, but Conrad made a mistake here. And Shakhriyar Mehmedyarov found the right way to play in this position and moved his queen to d4.
Yeah, so his plan was like giving a check from here and either capturing it or first giving a check and then capturing it. So the point was like that, and Shahryar moved with his king here. Rook b5 is an effective way to capture this pawn here by moving to d5 and then doing the same. Or what he can do is, after moving here, capture this knight and giving a check from here, giving like a triple fork here. So Conrad distracts that by moving its knight to c5. So bishop f5 is a mistake that's causing the elevation bar to become equal. So like now
3 pawn pushes.
3 pawns are attacking the pieces. 2 white pawns are attacking the rook and bishop, whereas blacks are attacking the knight here. So that's a really beautiful situation here.
Yes.
So capturing that is bringing a lot of problems to Shahryar Mamlakatimizda after
and allowing the pawn on d7 to become a queen.
Yeah, so now the position is really complicated. Blacks can capture the rook here, then give a check from f3 fork, or even can bring their queen here, capture this. So the position is really complicated and needs to be thought thoroughly, but in rapid it's really hard and you need to make a decision really fast. So
yes, especially now Conrad has got 18 seconds on the clock.
So after this move, Conrad can go here, giving a check. So if queen captures, there will be a checkmate here. While moving knight here, be just captured by rook.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Giving check on e7 would have been deadly, but Conrad chose a safer
like
approach to win the game, not making risks.
Either here and then here.
Yeah,
But he's
just doing it in a safe way.
yes.
Oh.
So like so this is
Mamlakatimizda is just trying to make the checkmate later. He's just giving up his queen freely.
So it's inevitable here, and Shahryar Mamlakatimizda is prolonging that in hopes of the fact that Conrad can make a mistake too.
But it's like mate in one, and it is, I think, impossible to make such mistakes at this point.
So he's doing like this, and after this the result is obvious.
But Shahryar Mamlakatimizda didn't resign and just went on to play until here as well.
So all the results, so all the games are finished. So let's see the standings. Who got 3 points here?
Okay, after 3 rounds of World Rapid and Blitz Championship.
So Richard Rapport is leading, and then 4 Indian players are standing on the place respectively. And then Ivan Cheparinov, David Anton Guayaro, and Maxim Matlakov, Timur Gareev, Alexander Shimanov also, and Maxim Chigaev, Yu Yangi also got 3 points. So 12 players are having a 100% result. Whereas the last year in Almaty, only 9 players had a 100% result after the third game.
We can see among these players there is no Magnus Carlsen, nor Maxim Vashilagraviav, nor Yan Nepomniachtchi, Naderbek Abdusattarov, Anish Giri. Those top players are not having really big having good tournaments. Naderbek has lost his short match against Indian Grandmaster, so he's got 2 points out of 3, and Magnus Carlsen has got 2.5 out of 3, and here we can see Maxim Vashilagraviav 2.5 out of 3, and Levon Aronian is the same. Yeah, the ones that I have talked about are here. They are next to each other. Here, Vidis Santosh Gujarati, Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedosev, Daniil Dubov, Levon Aronian, and Maxim Vashilagraviav are also next to people who have 3 points. They have 2.5 points.
So Fabiano Caruana, I think,
doesn't seem to be in the top.
So Caruana has 2 points.
He's got 2 points out of 3. He drew 2 of his games and won his last match against Hao Wen Hu.
Oh, this game seems like very interesting. Let's see this game.
Okay.
So they play the Indian game. Trading the queens in the like 10 moves. So the thing is, they have traded only 1 pawn, and
in the A file, and this file is open, and 2 of the white rooks are lined up and putting pressure on the pawn on A6.
So everything is going to happen on the left side, because on the king side it's really hard to make something out of here, but like pressuring this pawn would, I think, be more interesting here. So Fabiano Caruana, by moving his knight here, is deciding to go to b6 and attack here, giving like a fork here. So after this move, like capturing and moving here,
we have just won a pawn.
1 extra pawn, yeah.
Yes.
But Fabiano Caruana has done differently.
He didn't see the right move and missed his chance to win a pawn.
Yeah, maybe he like decided to do some other thing. He maybe like thought that he will still be able to capture them, but I think like Rook D1 would defend this. Yeah, and Bishop F2, again letting this pawn to be captured
for free, and Caruana again didn't see
yes.
a way to win a pawn.
Oh, this is a blunder by Chinese grandmaster. Moving a knight to c2, then rook e8. So I think in this position it would be better either to capture this or this. Like both options seem to be really effective, but Fabiano Caruana decides to do things differently.
And again misses his chance, but Chinese grandmaster decides to give up his pawn again and makes a move. Oh,
So Fabiano Caruana is moving his
he's just sacrificing his knight for a pawn,
to e6. That seemed to be really strange because
or is there a bigger plan here?
after capturing
Oh,
this, the game would turn differently.
but why didn't take the knight?
So I think there's some issues happened in this board because, like, it's impossible to not to see capturing this 3 moves consecutively, or like whoever is going to move its knight here. So I think there is some issues happened here. So let's see Nodirbek Yakuboyev, another Uzbek chess player. He
also won 2 of his previous games, and in the 3rd round he lost his match against David Anton. Okay, the game starts with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop to c4. It's an Italian game. Okay, bishop to c5, castles, knight f6, d3, pawn to d3, a4, taking space from black, and a5, not allowing white to further go into black's position. Offering a bishop trade in e3, and Nodirbek accepted it and took the bishop on e3 by his bishop, and pawn takes bishop, castles. Then David, grandmaster from Spain, is finishing off his activation of his pieces, and knight drops back to e7, potentially trying to go to the square of g6, making an attack on the king side.
Or even like pushing here.
Pushing the pawn on d6.
Yeah, from d6 to d5. So they're exchanging their knights. So the position was like equal throughout this period.
But at this point, Spanian grandmaster made a little mistake here. But it doesn't make so much of a difference.
Yeah, so I think he wanted to kinda start attacking, and like he took a risk by moving his pawn here. So now the position was like really equal during the game. And here
the evolution bar is showing even black has got advantage.
Yes. So what better moves did Spanian chess player had? So moving it here and attacking there could be a great way to kind of stabilize the situation. But still black has like opportunity to capture pawn here and then second one here. So let's see. So David decides to not exchange the bishops
and just drops back to a2, which is obviously a mistake. Now the evaluation bar is saying like -3 for white, but at the end we have seen white who won the game.
So whites are trying to penetrate the defense of blacks. So after this move, the position is equal, becoming equal. So returning the bishop would be better way.
Returning the bishop to d7, attacking the queen on b5, and protecting the pawn on a4 at the same time would have been a great option actually.
Yes. So this move had led to the loss of Nodirbek Yakubayev. Like offering a trade, I think would be much better, or kind of defending the king by like moving here and defending this. But after this move,
Spanish has found the only winning moves.
So after this, the Nodirbek Yakubayev is going to lose one piece, either bishop or knight. So capturing that would lead to a checkmate, and Nodirbek Yakubayev is hoping at least for a draw by giving checks.
Yeah, by giving perpetual checks.
But after this, he resigns the game, as after this, like
he's down to two major pieces, like knight for.
check. Well, this one would lead just to checkmate.
Yes.
But if he had moved, given the check from here, after this, the game is going to be. There is not any other check.
So White is straight up winning the game, and Nodirbek understood that and just resigned the game.
So there happened another game between Vladar Murzin and Vidit Santosh.
Gujarati.
Yeah. So they started with a queen's pawn opening, which in turn changed to London system.
This is the classical London system. The theory, they know all it. Here they started to think a little bit more. They are in the middle game, so it's one of the most important stages of chess game.
Yes, so here whites are losing the opportunity to kind of stabilize their position and turning the game to their hands. Having like queen c2 and attacking this pawn would be better, or like the queen here is less useful than it would be here. So after trades, the position has turned to really equal. So after repeating the game 3 times, they made a draw. So I think this the pairings have been announced, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so pairs have been announced. Magnus Carlsen is facing Maksudlu Parham.
Oh, that's going to be an interesting match.
Yes, and Richard Rapport is going to face Maxim Matlakov.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Yeah, Shimanov Alexander will face Yu Yang. Nihal Sarin will face with Gariev Timur. Arjun with Chigayev Maxim. And well, interesting game is going to happen also with Rauf Mamedov and Levon Aranyan. And Maxim Vashalagraf, Andreikin with Andreikin would also be an interesting game. So you may wonder why Carlsen Magnus is still playing the chess in the first chess board. He is current champion, and according to the policies, the current champion should play the first table throughout the tournament. That's why Magnus Carlsen is playing the first board.
This tournament is really important, because it gives valuable points of FIDE circuit in order to qualify for the candidates tournament. One of the candidates will be able to play against the world champion Ding Liren in 2024. So right now the standings in the FIDE circuit is like this. In the first place there is Fabiano Caruana, in the second Gukeshti, and Anish Giri is the third one. So Fabiano Caruana has already been qualified to candidates tournament by various ways. So here the main battle is going to be between Gukesh Damaraju, Anish Giri, and Wesley So. So other players like Arjun Erigaisi also have a good chance of getting qualified to candidates if he wins most of his games and gets really good points in FIDE circuit. But other players, Tabatai, Pragdananda, and other players have really low possibility of getting qualified into candidates tournament.
So I think it's going to be started soon.
Okay, until then we can be seeing other matches of Uzbek players maybe.
Yes.
Here Ali Kasimov lost his match against Matvey Gulchenko, and another Uzbek player, Humayun Bekmuradov, has just drawn his game with Lukan Forest. So another Uzbek player, Muhammad Zahid Suyarov, won the game against a grandmaster, Rodrigo Vasquez from Chile. And here, one of the favorites of fans, Bobor Sattarov, has just won his game against Giovanni Vescovi from Brazil. He's also a GM.
So, as you can see, a lot of players from different countries have arrived to Samarkand, and this tournament is giving opportunities for chess players or the fans to kind of get aware with some other cultures. So this competition is like uniting people from all around the world, and that's something we should be happy for.
Yes. So maybe other games of Uzbek players here. Daryl Wahidov lost his match against Denis Makhyorov, and Jahongir Wahidov has just won his game again. Daniel Sapenov. Muhammad Al Abdurrahmanov also won his game against Arsanbek Urazai from Kazakhstan.
So I think we haven't seen the game of Duda so far.
So
Yeah, that was also one of the
favorites of the tournament.
yes, he was born like in April 26, 1998 in Krakow, the city in Poland. He became grandmaster in 2013 and like was one of the youngest during that time. And also he won some numerous competitions such as Chess World Cup 2021 and being ranked 7 in candidates tournament for 2022 for the last year. And he has an elo of 2772, which is I think the third one among other chess players.
Yeah, third highest rated rapid player in the world right now.
So he made a draw with Amin Tabatabai, a chess player from Iran. And let's see the game. So in the first round he made a draw, and in this one he did it again. So he's so far playing draw with white pieces and winning the game with black pieces.
That's interesting.
So the game is turning to
So it's the queen's gambit.
yeah, so it's left defense. Again, some
Theory in the beginning.
yeah, some kind of closed structure here.
So the sides are castling in two different sides. White castled queen side, and it seems that black is going to castle king side. And when the two kings castle in two different
sides
parts of the board, the game becomes heated, and the pawns starts to march forward towards the kings and try to open up them and make a deadly attack.
Yes, of course, because location of the kings will mostly determine the source of attack. So if the king is positioned in the left, the attack is going to be happen in the right. So if both kings are located in two opposite sides, that means that there's going to be attacks from two different sides.
Yes. So we can see, I mean, Tabatabai is not thinking much. I think he's still in his preparation. He's got 12 minutes, but Duda, on the other hand, he's got just 5 minutes.
So Iranian grandmaster is concentrating its pieces on the queen side. So Duda captures the knight, and here the course of action is happening in the left side, and the game is going to be really interesting.
And we can see the exchange of two rooks here.
Yeah, so the position was like stable throughout the game.
And there are 6 pawns on each side.
Yes,
and
after
one dark squared bishop on each side, and the situation is still stabilized, but yeah, here both players understood
after
that
repeating
the moves 3 times consecutively, the game became draw automatically. So maybe we have a look at Fabiano Caruana's game, world's number 2 player. Fabiano.
yeah, so we have seen this it was there was some
Yes,
issues.
He couldn't have left the knight here for
Yeah,
capturing.
of course.
That's just okay.
So feel free to write chess players that you want to watch, that you want us to analyze. So Arjun Erigaisi, another Indian player who has 3 points out of 3,
And who's got a good chance of qualifying to the candidates if he plays really well in this tournament.
So let's start. Again, some English opening. This opening is played a bit rarely here.
So the pieces are getting activated, pawns are marching forward, rooks, we can see a rook left.
So here Bardia is making a mistake here. So he's not losing any of the pieces, but the position is going to deteriorate if, I think,
if white doesn't find a successful way of protecting his pawns.
yes.
He push his pawns to forward, c4, a4, g4.
And it's easy for knight to come like this.
Yes, because the pawn on c2 can no longer kick out the knight there from there.
Yes, but Arjun Erigaisi is playing with its bishop. So so after this trade, the advantage is on the black side. As you can see, the structure of the pawns and like the status of white pieces is really bad compared to the blacks. Like you can see the difference, the clear difference in knights. If one is activated and can access to a lot of area, the white knight cannot move. So Arjun Erigaisi can even activate its rook
and can bring his rooks to open f file and pressure up there, maybe potential coming to f2 square in the future, but white is trying to prevent that.
So far Arjun Erigaisi has an advantage of a pawn. Now 2 pawns, now 3 pawns. So the point of this move is like, so if black is going to capture this pawn, whites are going to somehow come like this,
and
here
there is a checkmate threat on the board.
Yes. So that's why
it seems like a free pawn, but it isn't.
Yeah. So Arjun Erigaisi is not accepting that. So again, queen to e4 is an attack to here, and have a if there is an opportunity, queen will be transferred to h4 as soon as possible and give a mate from here. And Arjun Erigaisi is playing like this,
and he just made a blunder.
Yes. So rook d3,
Rook takes rook, and queen to
g6,
check.
and after this there is no check.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's win for white. Is there any way to prevent checkmate?
No, just by giving check here.
Yeah, just by it can just prolong,
Yes.
and he will just lose pieces and go to the end game, and that's not really necessary.
But well, when there is a lot of pressure, it's really hard to think of capturing this knight. So Bardia is playing king h1. He's not even like realizing the opportunity, but it's losing after knight f2 check.
Yeah, there is a royal forking of the queen, king, and a rook. But the rook can also recapture, but after that he's just down one full rook, and it's just lost for white.
So after this, Arjun Ergassi won the game. So the round 4 has started, and we're going to observe the Magnus Carlsen against Parham Maksudlu.
Let's see which opening did they choose to play. So we've got Queen's Gambit declined, and it's just a series like always. Oh, there's some sharp lines here.
So having a castle maybe would be
just activating the bishop by moving it to e2 or e3 and opening up in the diagonal to castling.
Or even like castling and first of all activating the rook,
maybe pinning the bishop to knight here, maybe a good continuation. And if d4, then just knight takes pawn. No, that would have been a mistake.
Just capturing the knight on f6.
Yeah. And bishop, no, queen takes, and
knight.
now it's
knight e4. Just knight e4.
Attacking the queen.
This one. Yeah. So there was an opportunity, but still the position is equal. Magnus Carlsen is attacking whereas Parham Maksudlu hadn't still castled, and the rook is activated and is going to be in attack soon if he's not going to castle.
But we can see Magnus Carlsen has got more than 15 minutes on his clock after move 15. That's just incredible. He's just in preparation. He's still not taking time to think. But Parham Maksudlu, on the other hand, has spent more than 4 minutes.
So 95 should be 7. So far they've reached this situation.
Now, in the first time in the game, Magnus Carlsen started to think. Now he has got to find a way to attack the white king in the center.
It can be seen that Magnus Carlsen is having a little advantage, but realizing that would be harder, so that's why he's analyzing different options to move.
He's calculating which move to make and calculating the possibilities of all.
So let's see the game of Rapid of the Romanian Grandmaster. So here we again have a King's Indian attack. So like in the games of top players, you can like merely see the move with e4 in the first move. Most of them are starting with moving their pawn from d2 to d4 and having some closed games. So the advantage of playing closed games is that it's like waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, and in Rapid it's something that happens
a lot
that
times.
happens a lot, so that's why I think they play closed games.
Now here Black is attacking the pawn on e5. This knight. Queen is also pressuring this pawn on the center, but the defenders of this pawn are more than the attackers. Here the queen is protecting, rook is protecting, bishop, knight. If 3 pieces are attacking the pawn on e5, 5 pieces are defending it. Okay, now we are in this stage and Maxime is just taking his time before he continues to make other moves, and he's got more than 11 minutes on the clock. So
yeah, so let's switch to Timur Garayev's game. I haven't seen his game, but I have seen Nihal Sarin's game. So let's start from the beginning. c4.
We've got English opening.
Yeah, English opening, and the position is like somehow different. So far they have reached this position, and
Nihal is taking his time to think what his next plans are, where to break through, where to move his bishop now, and until he thinks his way out of this.
So there is one interesting fact about Timur Garayev. So he like 6 or 7 years ago he played 48 games blindfolded simultaneously, which from which we can conclude that he has a really good memory, like playing 48 games simultaneously and with not looking at the game is really hard. Especially you need to first of all remember all the positions and think of ways of attacking or defending. Well, in fact, it's hard to play even a game, but Timur Garayev have played 48 of them. That's really interesting.
We can go to the games of Rauf Mamedov and Levon Aronian. That's heating up right now, so we can see e4, c5.
So it's still in defense, so now we have seen e4.
Yeah. Now Black is trying to get 2 pawns in the center by moving d5, but White is also trying to do the same. d5, takes, d4. Knight is going to b3 to the edge of the board. Knight c6. Knight goes to b5, trying to fork not only the queen and rook, but also the king at the same time. Okay, next, queen drops back to d8 to protect the square from knight entering. pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn.
They have exchanged the queens too.
Yes. And now white is trying to kick out the bishop on c5. And bishop just drops back one square, and it's now in b6.
So now it's opening the room for bishop to give a check a3, and like king will step back to e8,
and also opening up the diagonal for the rook in a1 to come to d1 using the open d file.
So Mamlakatimizda is doing that. And now this bishop is really dangerous, as it blocks the way of king to so the king is not able to castle because it has moved, but still after after castling, white is going to have a dominance.
But I think white is going to castle kingside, I think, because the pawns on queenside have already gone to 5th rank, and maybe here it's like open position. And if he castled this way, it could be really dangerous for them to protect the king for threats.
Yeah, but like they have already lost their queens, and these are not yet activated. This one too. This one is not active at all.
But in the next move, here the knight can come to here, attacking the bishop on d6. I think the most natural response would be the bishop e2 or bishop d3. But he dropped back.
Yeah, so now like by capturing that, they would form a weak two pieces.
If bishop on b4 captures the knight on a5, now black will have a damaged pawn structure and will have double pawns on the same diagonal, and that could be a weakness in the endgame.
Yes, so Aranyan is moving his rook to d4, so as to like capture the pawn. If it captures the knight, then capture the knight
by giving check on e4.
But here the right move would be just, I think, capture the rook here.
Knight.
Yeah, knight here, and
activating the bishop and just castling kingside.
Yes, and then like bringing rooks here, capturing these pawns, and turning these pawns to queen. But he moves his bishop to e2. So again, another mistake by Levon Aranyan. So after moving here, bringing rook here, it's going to dominate this
file. And
yeah, and what's interesting is that these two knights are under attack of bishop. So far they have reached this position.
White's got a pair of bishops which are better in the endgame if there are pawns in either side of the board, and it's a long time advantage. And now Aronian is trying to kick out the knight on e5.
So
it's time Rauf Mamlakatimizda to think.
So what can be good is that like if he's going to bring his knight here, they're going to trade, and then still whites are having a better position here.
Yes, after bishop takes the knight on a5, the pawn takes a5, and there will be two isolated pawns which are not defended, and they will be a weakness in the end game. And then rook will come to open d file and
Yeah, so Rauf Mamedov moved with his knight to d3, and Levon Aranyan is kind of defending the knight, but still after like capturing,
he can recapture with the knight.
Yes, and after like trades, there's going to be a pawn here and here, and these two are going to be really weak.
Yes.
Yeah, compared to these pawns, which can either like move here and just attack this pawn.
Yeah. When pawns are connected, they are somehow easy to protect. But if there are two pawns on like this, it is not better than this. Okay. Now Rauf Mamedov is thinking what his next plans are, and until he makes the next move, we can go back to Parham Maksudlu and Magnus Carlsen's game. And here, Magnus Carlsen seems to have edge here. So, see where we were. Yeah, we have seen this. Carlsen offered trades of bishops on f5, and Parham accepted.
Oh, so now that's really bad because now whites cannot castle because of this fork.
Yeah.
So I think Magnus Carlsen can even bring his rook here, or maybe attacking like this.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah,
Yeah.
so he brought his rook here, rook d2. So now he's attacking this pawn.
Well.
So now the position of Parham Maksudlu is really poor.
Yeah.
Especially the now rook cannot activate because like king has trapped him, and Magnus Carlsen is planning to bring his queen to b1.
And there's only one way to block this check. We can move it.
Yeah.
Now,
And so Parham Maksudlu is thinking,
if there is check, this is the only move.
yeah. So like before giving a check, he can even like capture this, and after some trades he would still lose there. Yeah. So he moved his knight to e1. And now like by supporting this with, let's say, queen, starting attack with this pawn would be better, because whites, I think, cannot respond to that somehow.
Black can even push his pawns to h4, maybe f4, bringing more things to attack. And white just have to sit here and defend, because as a white it is really difficult to move. The rook here is trapped, it can't move. The white king has only one safe square, it's also g1, and the pawns in the center, like here and here, they are really strong, and if they march down the board, it will be really difficult to defend against the world's best endgame player of all time.
So let's get back to this game. So this was like close game, but it got opened too fast, as we can see. So whites obviously have an advantage
Here.
yeah, because like this side is open and they can attack a king from here. So now that's a little bit open for king, so moving like this and activating that would be great, I think.
For the attack. And now the pawn is hanging, and Nihal Sarin took the hanging pawn even after taking, but he lost his rook for one pawn and
Knight.
And he's up an exchange right now.
So they are now in this situation.
So they are here and trying to make the next move. And they are thinking.
Maybe kinda first either exchanging or moving their bishop here, bringing rook here, attacking this, or bringing here and attacking this.
Or even coming to e1 could be a good option.
Yeah.
You know, there's an open file, and it's always good to have an open file. Okay.
Let's see Nanderbek Absatarov, how he's playing.
Okay, here
with Alexander Drave.
We can see from the opening. Okay, the game started with d4, knight f3, knight f6, c4, and it's now queen's gambit accepted. Queen's gambit accepted. Okay, it's just theory. Yes, castles, preventing the bishop from coming here, pinning the knight to queen. So again, the same idea, preventing the bishop from coming to b5, pinning it to rook.
Yeah, and also this.
Yeah, from potential knight jumps.
Yeah, preventing there. So now, though their position seems a bit poor, but they can form something unexpected by, for instance, moving like this and activating. But oh, okay. So trades.
After some trades, we are in this situation where there are.
Okay.
Oh,
so they like exchange their pawns. Now,
this knight is hanging right now.
Yes.
It should be protected by moving the rook to e6 or c8.
Or can you, or even
just drop back the bishop, right?
Or you can attack this knight.
Yeah.
By like this.
Okay.
So David, Anton, and Narayanan have played the draw. They were they were both they had both 100% result, but after this they have both shared the points, and so I think the game was like steady.
Yeah,
Samarkand defense.
After exchanging a few pieces, just one pawn, and gave it back.
Yeah, so you can see that like the evaluation bar is completely zero.
Yeah, 0-0
all around the game.
Yeah. It was a dead draw.
Yeah, so like accuracy. Look at the accuracy. They all have like 99.
Yeah, it seems like they played for a draw. They wanted a draw after winning 3 games and drawing the 4th match. They are in good shape, and they must be in one of the 10 places in the leaderboard.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that they haven't made any like mistakes. The game was like perfect, completely perfect.
Yeah. So here we can see Pragnananda Ramesh Babu playing against Vladislav Kovalev. So Pragnananda is also one of the strongest players of India, and he also earned a spot in the candidates tournament by going to World Cup finals. He took the 3rd place and just qualified for the candidates. Now he's got 2 out of 3 points. Now in the 4th match he's playing against this Vladislav Kovalev. Now the game is relatively balanced, but the evaluation bar is saying like -1 for white. So we can see from the beginning. So okay, wait. So Queen's Indian defense. Okay.
Yeah, so Ramesh Babu is also considered as one of the youngest grandmasters. He earned this title at the age of 13, and that's really good.
I think he beat the world record of becoming the world youngest chess grandmaster. I think he beat Jawahar Sindar by that. Until then, Jawahar Sindar was the youngest grandmaster.
Yeah, but one record is still remains unchanged. Sergei Karyakin is still considered as the youngest one who earned this title.
Okay. So game develops. Check. He didn't take the bishop. Bishop g2, castles, knight c3, pawn takes pawn, castles, queen to c2, rook to e8, rook to e1, bishop drops back to b7, and knight is going to the edge of the board to h4. The potential idea of drop going to f5, a6. Now there are 2 rooks in the in d and e1, staring down to black side. Black also brought his rook to c8.
Yeah, so the plan is moving c5 and start attacking this pawn and just this. Like so now it seems like black pieces are really calm and inactive, but in fact Vladislav Kovalev is preparing some like a jump, and if missed, it's Vladislav can realize an advantage. So now so here the blacks are making a mistake by moving their rook to e5. Instead, something like just h6
maybe
would be better, like after trading some
pieces. It should be like draw.
Yes.
But we can see the evaluation bar is suddenly favoring white, but it is again becoming equal.
Yeah.
Now we are in this situation where Vladislav Kovalev has got less than a minute, so maybe we can check until he makes his move. Other games.
Pragnananda has a rook exchanged to bishop, and that's bringing him an advantage.
Yeah. Okay.
So I wanted to mention the trick they use in such situations. So as you see, they repeated this like 1 or 2 times in order to increase their time.
Yeah.
Like, as you know, they add 10 seconds per move.
Yes.
So by repeating, they like 3 times they added half a minute to their.
They're just gaining more time to make more moves just by repeating some moves. Okay, we can go to Parham Maksudlu and Magnus Carlsen's game. So here we can see by the evolution bar, Magnus Carlsen is totally winning. The pawns came to the 4th rank.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is totally dominating the game.
The king is on the edge of the board. He's got just 2 squares to go, and there is a pass pawn on E3.
So now it has got only 1.
Yeah.
So Magnus Carlsen has blocked even this move. So now bringing so like Parham Maksudlu is attacking this pawn. So by moving its knight to some kind of e2 or f5, he will both defend this pawn and give an opportunity to go to g3, and by activating this rook, he may even like have an advantage.
Black can just push his pawn forward. It's protected with knight and the rook on e8, and white on the other hand will have to sit passively. The rook in h, it's staring down at nothing. And yeah, we have seen the move on the board, and the rook escaped to b1.
So what you think about this move? Rook c3.
That seems to be a human looking move, but the eval bar is not agreeing with that.
Like it's going to move here, I think. Here.
No. I think there has to be a better move.
Sure. This one?
Where would... Yeah, he would just capture the pawn.
And in case with this,
if it takes... Yeah.
It's going to capture again.
There's no easy plan to win this game. It's really complicated, and the time is also not much. Carlsen has got
like this, moving knight here. Then the game is going to be complicated. But let's see what Magnus Carlsen has done here.
Yeah, he did exactly like you said.
No, he hasn't moved yet.
That was a move that we were explaining, right?
Yeah.
Now he's using his time on the clock. Parham Maksudlu has like 33 seconds.
Yeah, he's running out of time.
Yeah, and in the time trouble, and he's also losing and defending where he needs time to calculate. He is really in a lot of trouble here. It seems to be going for the black's way, so we can, exactly like that. That happened exactly like that. Even if the knight coming to c2 was considered a mistake by the computer, by having less than 10 seconds on the clock, he made a mistake and came here. And now, whoa, what? Don't believe this 0-0-0. It's not. Parham Maksudlu couldn't have lost on time. So, but the eval bar is saying equal after this move.
Yes. Like after this, again, having an eye on a rook, and on the other side giving a check from f6. Yeah.
There were some ways to equalize.
Oh. So the game has turned upside down.
Now White's got 3 pawns and 1 knight against 1 rook and against 2 pawns. But it seems relatively equal, but we have seen games where Magnus Carlsen won the games which were more than equal than this even.
So Parham Maksudlu has expanded his time to over 1 minute.
Yeah, he had less than 10 seconds on the clock. So it's an end game, and where there is a knight against rook, we can go to other games until they make their moves.
So Richard Rappert, I think looked a little bit to this game too.
Whoa, we should explain that more. There was a green order on the board.
Yeah, so we came until this situation, if I'm not mistaken. So relatively okay so far.
After knight goes to b6, which is obviously a mistake, we can see a great move, like a brilliant move from Richard Rapport.
Yes, like if Maxim is going to capture, Rapport is going to bring his
just plant his knight to f6 solidly, and
like
brings his queen to the
if move like this, he would, I think, bring his
computer will find a way to equalize the game even from -10 positions.
So I think Maxim didn't choose to capture the bishop. Instead, he just stepped back with its knight. So Richard Rapport, after some moves, have lost its advantage. And now the game
is equal again.
Yes. Yeah, so now the advantage is on the black side.
Yeah, because the rook.
So they decided to draw after which move? So look at this situation. So if he had captured that by pawn, he would just simply lose the game.
Yeah.
Bringing queen here, and either bringing rook here, or this one is also under attack, or bringing bishop here.
If there's a fork, the rook will be taken after. There's a check. If it just goes here, then queen will just take the rook here.
And also there is an opportunity for blacks to bring their rook here
to the second rank, and to make the white king suffocate without having any places to go.
So Richard Rapport found a way to manage with that. Yeah, so after this position they decided to draw.
Yeah, there are 3 pawns on each side, and 1 rook and 1 queen, and
like both could try to win, but we need to understand them that it's like 4th round, and it's really hard to concentrate again and Think about it.
Yeah, they also both doesn't want to lose the game by just going to positions where this is exactly a draw right now. But if they push, when the time trouble comes, one of them makes mistake, then just lose the game. So they also decided to keep their streak, not lose much points, and so we can go to the main game of the tour, and it is equal right now.
But still, Magnus Carlsen can try to make Parha Maksudlu to make him a blunder.
Yeah, he can squeeze victory from nothing. We have seen it more than many times. But it seems a draw. Black can come here and check. White just goes back here.
Yeah, so if like Magnus Carlsen will get away his rook here, or something somewhere here, there is also opportunity for Parha Maksudlu to give a check here.
Yeah.
Move here and give a fork.
Yeah. Fork of 2 pawns.
So looks like Magnus Carlsen is going to lose another half points. Well, really interesting.
It's a draw. If Parha Maksudlu doesn't make any blunder, we will see a draw in this game. Parha Maksudlu has got 2.5 points out of 3, and it is going to be 3 out of 4 soon enough.
If he's going to...
if he's not going to make a blunder.
Yes.
Okay, we can go to here.
Like as the situation with that happened with Alireza Firouzja, if you remember.
Yeah, he won with rook and one rook and king. That was obviously a masterpiece. That is winnable, you know, theoretically, but to actually win a game like that on the board when there is not much time, that's just brilliant. Okay, Magnus Carlsen is thinking, and
so Alexander Shimanov and Yu Yang have played the draw, and so did Richard Rappert and Maxim Matlakov. So like several games have finished, and like most of them ended with draw.
And we can go to here. There are 2 Norderbecks, Abdusattorov and Yakuboyev. First one is still playing, and the second one, Yakuboyev, has already won his game against Mikhail Markov. We can go to the unfinished match and see. Oh, it seems draw.
It's a draw, yeah.
Yeah. So it seems Norderbek is going to have 2.5 points out of 4, while Alexei Dreyev is also gonna have 2.5 out of 4.
Yeah, so the competition is going really intense, and the competition is really going to be interesting, even without like some prominent grandmasters such as Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura. Well, the reason was that there was no direct flight to Samarkand from US, and what's more, that's really exhausting to travel such a large distance, and also that was close to Christmas, and some of them decided just not to come because of that.
Yeah, they just wanted to celebrate it with their family, not in some other country. That's why. That's maybe one of the reasons why they didn't come. But Alireza Firouzja mentioned that he didn't come to the tournament because of first personal reasons. But the Nakamura and Wesley So are not really clear.
So this game is also going really interesting. Look at the position.
Oh, white is winning. But there is a pawn on a2, one square away from queening.
Let's see what happened. Okay, so what could Timur Gareev do here? Like bringing rook here and attacking it.
Yeah, that could have been a very good move, you know.
Yeah, but here
there are 2 pawns.
There's
right?
a yeah. Like
but they are.
If he had moved here, like this, that would be a mistake.
That would be a deadly mistake.
Like after this. Oh no, yeah, I made a mistake here. After like this, he would simply go somewhere here.
No, maybe even take the rook.
No, it's
just
not going to
move out of the way, right?
Yeah.
And white doesn't have a clear way to stop this pawn. It will come here. After queen goes to e6, rook comes back to b1 to prevent the pawn on a3 from becoming queen, and he will just drop back here.
Yeah, but queen, but the black queen is going like to penetrate here.
Yeah, gonna give check and protect the pawn, and eventually become a queen.
Yeah, so let's see what happens in the game. So Timur, yeah, that was a mistake. Wow. G5.
Just takes a pawn, takes another pawn. Now there are 3 pawns on either side, but there is a rook against knight.
So
and that's just
so like
not difficult to defend.
Going like this, and then
just bringing the king
here.
Maybe just taking the pawn on d5. Yeah, maybe taking the pawn on d5.
Yeah.
Just one by one picking up the pawns and just going forward, exchanging pieces and winning the endgame with the pawns.
So this one was also a smart move indeed. Halsain cannot move his knight, as the trade will not bring him any advantage, but rather it will bring him a lot of drawbacks.
Yes.
So he cannot move either with king, because he will lose the knight otherwise. So the only option is like moving with
just staying where it's already is.
Yeah, so now the Halsain is like having his move is playing a drawback for his own position. So like
check
this one,
eventually losing the knight on f5, and that would be just game over.
So Magnus Carlsen
is still trying to win the game, squeeze victory out of nothing.
I think he wants to make his opponent bored, and he wants to distract his like attention, and
eventually maybe give up, right?
Yes.
Okay, but it seems like there is a problem. It's not.
Yeah. So I think there was also one game. Let's see.
That haven't finished, right?
Yeah. So now capturing would not be a good option here, I think. After capturing, king is going to come here.
Yeah. Then maybe eventually knight will be trapped.
Yeah.
Will have no squares to go.
It's trapped. If you bring it here, then the knight is trapped and is soon going to be captured. So No.
No.
So Mahamaksullah haven't moved yet.
He wouldn't have made such a mistake because if he were, he wouldn't be there sitting with Magnus Carlsen and playing a match against him. Okay, maybe you can look at other people from Uzbekistan.
Oh, so
Check their
they've played like that.
Whoa! Did he make a mistake? Now Black is winning.
Yes.
But it's not really easy to see, at a glance, because there are some pieces on the board. But
so this was a mistake indeed. He could just return his knight here.
no, that would also
Yeah.
maybe G5.
Knight G5.
No, that's also not.
No, like even that's better than moving to D6. Yeah, even that's better.
That's like
At least.
4.
Yeah.
Has just squeezed a victory out of nothing again. He is doing it again. What can be done to stop him? And Maksudlu Parkhan.
So Carlsen is proving again why he's called the Mozart of chess.
Yeah.
He's really making something out of nothing.
Yeah. There was nothing here. Maksudlu just would have just moved his knight to here, and come back, just stayed and waited him.
Yeah.
And when Magnus Carlsen wanted to attack, he would just attack the pawns here and maybe even try to win the game. But he made a mistake after the pressure that Magnus Carlsen did to him. But the game is not over, and the knight is in the seventh rank, and cannot go out of it. It is nearly it's going to be trapped.
So what happened?
Yeah, right now the knight is nearly trapped.
Yes.
Yeah, trapped at all. There is no way he can go. There's no safe square to go.
So, like moving here is not an option, as after this there is going to come this and fork, kinda. So
And
I think
here I think Parkhan Maksudlu can just even resign.
yeah, and it's soon going to resign. I think. Also here there is a battle of two chess players from Poland. I think these two are leading the like Polish championship. Yeah, here Duda is.
Yeah, it's over.
Look at him. At the last, he just gave up. He felt like if
he took with the
king, that's going to be
that will give a draw,
yes.
stalemate. Some people make such mistakes.
Yeah.
Maybe we, but not this. No, but not these people who are rated 2,774 rapid rating.
At least he was like hoping for something.
Yeah, like Magnus Carlsen.
There is one game. It's still ongoing.
It hasn't finished yet. Whoa.
So in this position.
It seems a draw because. Whoa. There is knight and bishop against rook, and there are 3 pawns against 2, and it is theoretically a draw.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? In the last championship, rapid championship, in the round 4, Magnus Carlsen have faced another dekabr Tarf and defeated him. So.
That's another fact.
Yeah. So if blacks somehow are going to bring their king here somehow and distract this knight away from here, they can like bring somehow this somehow, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I think difficult.
Yeah, it's
If there
really
is one side which can play for win, maybe it's like white, because he's got two pieces, and when time trouble comes, you know, one side has got knight, and he can always check and get the rook if you make a mistake.
Yeah. So let's see the standings so far. Only one player has a full result. Only Timur Gareev have won all 4 games.
Now he is leading the tournament.
Yes, and others are having have either
Just draw one of their games.
yeah, just lost their points. And so for now we would like to have a little technical break.
So, we are back here. Now the pairings for the World Rapid and Blitz Championship 5th round has just been identified, and now we will tell you the pairings and who will play with who.
Yeah, and this will be the last round for today, and we're going to be witnessing one of the interesting games. Magnus Carlsen and Timur Gareev.
Oh.
And also Maxim Vasher-Lagraf will be playing against Rauf Mamedov.
Wow.
Yeah, so there are also some other interesting games, such as Rapid and Cheparinov. Vidit Santosh with Chigayev, and so on.
And we can see here Magnus Carlsen and Timur Gareev. Magnus Carlsen, on the one hand, the reigning World Rapid and Blitz champion, and Timur Gareev, who is having a perfect tournament and has got 4 points out of 4 in this tournament and hasn't lost even half a point. And here in the second one, we can see one of the strongest people on the planet of Earth in Rapid, Blitz and Classical combined. Maxim Vasher-Lagraf is playing against Rauf Mamedov, who took the 4th place in the World Cup by losing to Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and also Maxim Vasher-Lagraf is ranked 5 with the highest Rapid rating, LO rating, and so he's also one of the candidates to win this tournament.
So the next one, Ivan Cheparinov and Richard Rapport. So they both have 3.5 points out of 4. So eventually, now only there is one leader. According to leaderboards, there is just one person who's got perfect score. That's Timur Gareev. And maybe if after this tour, we won't have any players who hasn't lost any points.
So let's talk about the results of Uzbek chess players. One of the highest is Nadirbek Yakubayev with 3 points. So he only lost once so far.
And won his 3 matches against one of the strongest people.
And then Nadirbek Abdusattar with 2.5 points.
Yes. And in the next one,
Jahangir Wahidov.
he also has got
the same
2.5.
Yeah, the same amount of points. Humayun Bekmuradov, Jamshid Mustafayev.
The same points.
Yes, and Jawahar Sindarov with Muhadale Abdurrahmanov with 2 points. And also I wanted to emphasize the player Roman Shakjiev, who also got 2 points. In the first round he defeated Jahangir Wahidov, though he has a LO rating of 2042. And what's more, he's very young, only like 8 years old, and this result is really good for such a young age. And maybe this player is going to
have a bright future.
Yes. So the games are going to start, I think, within a minute.
Yeah, very soon. We are waiting for them. So the overall tournament is becoming very good. The quality is very high, and there are many unexpected things here have already happened in the first day. Who would have thought Timur Gareev would take 4 out of 4 points in the first 4 rounds of the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, where there are Magnus Carlsen, Richard Rapport here, Maxim Vasher-Lagraf, Yan Nepomniachtchi. We haven't seen Yan Nepomniachtchi here, right?
Yes,
How many points does he have?
Let's see. 2 points.
Yani Pomnici was also one of the favorites of to win the tournament before the match began, but he now has got only half of the points.
Half of the total points that can be earned by a player.
And Fabiano Caruana as well. Fabiano Caruana had an amazing year. He won many tournaments which were considered really competitive. There were many 2,700 plus rate players. And he also qualified for the Canada tournament.
So he has only 3 points out of 4. Well, that's not so bad, but it's not so good too.
Yeah. It's in the middle.
Yeah. But still, there is a great chance to win.
Everything can happen, you know. Then there are like 9 rounds ahead of the tournament, and many things can happen. Now here, Timur Garayev hasn't lost any match, but here now in this tour, he's going to face Magnus Carlsen, arguably the greatest player of all time, and if he loses the game, then he'll now if he is in the first place in the current leaderboard, if he loses to Magnus Carlsen, he will become like 15 or 16th place. Just one mistake leads to such severe consequences. So the games haven't started. We are waiting for them.
Yes.
So standings. There is also Jordan on Forest. Timur Rajabov also has got 3 points out of 4. So he lost his first match against Ilya Ilyachok. And now in the 5th round, Timur Rajabov is going to face one of Uzbek people who rated 200, 600 plus, and that is going to be a match that we will keep eye on. So here as well, there's a young chess prodigy who is 16 years old against Ramesh Babu Pragnananda, a very strong grandmaster from India. Denis Lazovic is mostly an online player. He used to play in most online tournaments, and he used to have very, very good results. But he played in over the board tournaments. He didn't really have many chances against strong people. But now he seems to be in good shape. He's got 3 out of 4. He just drew 2 games and won 2 matches. And one more thing, he won his game against Vincent Keimer, the highest rated chess player of Germany. So here is another game against one of Uzbek players, Muhiddin Madaminov, and we can maybe analyze the game until the next tour starts, maybe. So the game starts with e4, e5, knight f3, and it's in Italian. So, but in like it's not common for a grandmaster to make mistake in the opening.
Yeah, I think he have done a very rare thing. Oh, this was like
Very good move.
yeah. So they're trading. Mamlakatimizda is trading the
Knight against bishop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like capturing the active bishop.
Again, sacrificing his bishop.
Yeah. I think like playing this king f7 would be better. King f7.
King f7, or sliding the rook to e8 and bringing another rook from a8 to d8.
And also allowing this move to.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so.
He won a pawn, he dropped back the bishop. Now it's a rook and pawn endgame. There are 5. One side has got 4 pawns, but the other has got 5. But white rooks are more active and they are in the 7th rank. They will be trying to harass the black king. They can just take the pawn, they took it, yeah. Yeah, it has finished in a draw. Such rook and pawn endgames usually.
So games are started. Round 5, the last one for today. So I think Magnus Carlsen played Rui Lopez, like the most common opening for this Norwegian Grandmaster.
45.
Yeah, Rui Lopez. Okay, Timur Gareev is playing
aggressively, really aggressively.
Yes.
He's pushing forward the pawns. I think he's going to castle queenside because the king side is like open and it's not safe to castle there.
Well, Timur Gareev is a really aggressive player. He doesn't like some close games or some calm.
Yeah, where Magnus Carlsen can squeeze nothing. It's victory out of nothing, right?
So you may even expect Timur Gareev not to castle at all during the game. So let's see.
So Carlsen is thinking.
Yeah, it's really uncommon for players to have such a game.
Timur Gareev wants to be the one attacking because defending against Magnus Carlsen is one of the difficult things in chess to do.
So let's see Maxim Shelagrafenrov Mamedov.
So we got this in defense. Classical line. Just bishop drops back to
f1.
Exchanged.
Yeah, and again some kind of a close game. All knights are traded.
Now bishop will come to g7 and black castle's king side.
Yeah, and these two are really weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game overall is equal.
Yes.
Again. So let's see what Richard Rappert and Ivan Cheparinov used. Karokan defense. Yeah, we resembles to a Sicilian defense.
Yeah.
If there wasn't this pawn.
Yes,
to
exactly.
Okay, so they've got the situation.
Now white will castle.
Yeah, I think they will castle to the
queen side.
Yeah, both. Or if you want, like they may even get to this side too.
Yeah. Now Ivan Cheparinov is thinking which way to castle his queen, his king. So we can maybe watch the game against
Yu Yangyi and Arinan.
Yes. The one who defeated Northern Absatarov in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
That was painful.
So here they've played again Rui Lopez, same with It's the first game of Magnus Carlsen and Timur Gareev.
But here it's relatively straightforward, and it's theory, and it's played many times so far. But the match between Timur Gareev and Magnus Carlsen was a little bit unusual because marching down the pawns on the king side to the king is not always the best way to go.
So now whites are 1 pawn ahead, but still blacks can create something really dangerous out of it, like this, or even this move is also present here, and then capturing this.
Maybe if knight goes to g6, then f4, it will be difficult to kick it out.
Yes,
because pawns, e pawn has been pushed to e4, so it is a sign that Yu Yang is going to reroute his knight to here, and from here to maybe here.
Why not c4? And like this.
Yeah, c4. That would be, I think, the best one, because to attack the bishop that's staring down the white king.
Yeah, so let's go to the next one. Maxim Chigaev
and Willis Santosh Gujarati. So we got English opening.
Yeah.
So two nice variations. So
they are like they have done only 6 moves
and already thinking, but most of the players are not really thinking in this, like in 7th or 8th move. They are automatic in grandmaster level because they prepare so much before the event.
Okay, Maxim Atlakov and Arjun Rigaisi. So here we see the
Queen's Gambit accepted, yes.
And yeah,
but in this version, white sacrificed pawn here, but didn't recapture it. Black has made a good job of defending the pawn on c4, and now is up a pawn, I think. 3, 7. Now yes, he's got 8 pawns and white has got 7 pawns.
So e4. So far we haven't seen like something surprising except maybe the first game.
Maybe Caruana. I have seen him here.
Caruana is playing.
Yeah, here, Pancratov. Pavel Pancratov and Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, so they've played a lot. Look at the times.
Yeah.
Rui Lopez again.
And again, it's just theory. It has been played so many times, they know it by heart.
Yeah. The position is equal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of closed here, and I think the vast majority of the course of actions is going to happen on the king's side.
Yeah, because maybe black pawns will start marching towards the black king.
Yeah, well,
opening up the file for rook.
Blacks can even move their pawn to f5.
Yes.
Yeah, they did so. Okay, so far.
But at the last move, Pavel Pancratov didn't make the exact accurate move, so we will see. Will Fabiano Caruana find the best way to go?
Okay, so let's back to the Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
and
the main game of this tour.
Yeah, so we have seen until here. Now offering a trade.
Didn't accept it. Here, Magnus Carlsen is thinking again.
So what can blacks do is that
They can castle
and then bring a rook from here to here.
These two diagonals and march the pawns to maybe here and here in the future, and open up the white king and bring the knight. Maybe exchange the bishop, because this bishop may help the white to protect the structure. And maybe we can go to the match between Timur Rajabov and Nodirbek Yakuboyev. So I think we had Rui Lopez again. So in this round we are having a lot of Rui Lopez, and every time different variation.
So whites can bring their exchange. They're going to exchange soon, because moving here is like really bad.
Yeah, moving it to an active square, it's closed.
Yeah, and making that rook active is
in the open diagonal, right?
Yeah. Instead, like trading and then capturing this pawn would be better.
Would be deadly, because this, if queen takes this pawn, rook takes this, and one pawn and one rook.
No, I mean, like
after taking.
Yeah.
But after taking, now black will bring the queen to b8, or maybe with other way, will try to protect the pawn on b5.
Fast draw. So they decided not to think a lot and
they are just tired, after playing 4 games and just understood each other, and just after this
they
both have
3.5
out
points.
of 5 points.
Yeah. So at some point this is a good decision to make a draw such early, and we can see this type of situations in some other competitions too. Like in this year, I think Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, after like playing 6 or 7 moves, they decided to make a draw. To some point that's good, but however, this may not bring any happiness to chess fans, because they want to watch some combinations, games, checks, and making a fast draw can make fans upset.
Yeah, they will of course be disappointed, because they expected a live, action. But if they make such draws just by repetition, or just playing openings that always go to mostly draws, fans and we also are maybe a little disappointed.
So Duda.
It's Rui Lopez again.
Again another variation.
Yeah, every time different variation. I think they arranged and did, they chose different variations and decided to play each one of them, and decided not to make the same moves.
Yeah.
In every one there is like different variation. Oh, that was obviously a mistake. Going to here, according to Sockfish, it's not a good move, because now the natural move to black is just going to bishop to here, maybe, right? Maybe c5. And
what about g5?
G5. Yeah, that's also a great move. I think one of these moves are going to be made in soon, because this one kicks out the bishop on f4, and this one will just help rooks to see each other in the 8th rank. So we are waiting. They haven't made moves. Yeah, this one.
So let's see the game of Nodirbek Abdusattarov and Alexander Injic, Serbian Grandmaster. So Sicilian defense here.
Dragon variation.
Again, early trade of
Queens. But it doesn't mean the action is off here.
So this is a mistake that Serbian Grandmaster did, and
I think Nodirbek found the mistake. Yes, he found that his opponent did not exactly accurate, and he found the right way to go. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, and captures. Oh, this seems to be game-changing move. Maybe bishop to c4.
c4 seems an option, but blacks can move here then. Maybe this one, bishop b5, or
yeah, capturing the knight on c6, and maybe trying to attack the e7 pawn.
Yeah, or maybe even like activating this bishop.
Yeah, this knight is also not so pleasant here.
Yeah, so bishop e3.
Yeah, that move.
And f4. Another
again mistake.
G2.
Nodirbek found the right way to go again.
Yeah, so they have equal amount of pawns, pieces.
But white has the bishop pair.
Yeah, and they blacks have like a pawn.
Damaged pawn structure.
Yes.
But not only one, but two double pawns.
Yeah.
And it will be really a good weakness for Nodirbek to play against, because Nodirbek tries to take his opponents into endgame where they have got low time, and he will pressure them to make a mistake.
Yeah. Let's see the Rapid and Chiparinov game. So we have seen until here. Another good move. Okay.
Good one. It's -1.
Straightforward attacking. G4.
It takes. With just inaccuracy, the advantage is going to black, from black to white.
What about moving just this pawn here?
Just forking the knight and bishop. That seems to be a human-looking response,
here.
and that's I think the best move, right? He's winning a material here, right?
Yes.
Takes. Oh no, or no. If he takes with the bishop.
Like this.
No, Ivelba dropped.
Yeah, and somehow. Yeah, the position is like advantageous for whites.
Yeah, clearly. But
Cheparinov decided to move with its queen to e2,
decided to go for
so offering a
e5.
trade. Oh, let's see this move.
He's just straight up sacrificing his
d5.
knight. That seems beautiful for people like us, but for them it's so natural.
It's like capturing with this one, this pawn, because
We can see it on the board maybe. Like, you can make the moves. So it's not real. The evil bar changed so much, so it's not the way. Okay, takes pawn. It's
so like complicated a bit.
yeah, need to be calculated thoroughly.
Yeah. Overall,
Maybe we can go to Magnus Carlsen's game.
yeah.
There must have been more moves.
So he just took it now. Yeah, so the same story
Exactly,
happened here. Let's see. Oh, Maxim Shalagraf and Rafa Medov played draw here. Let's see first this game, then we're gonna switch.
Yeah, as we said
main
earlier, Timur Garyaev is playing the reigning world rapid and blitz champion of the world, Magnus Carlsen, and now he played unusual opening, and according to en passant, it's not the way to go. It seems, according to Sakfish.
Just capturing like that. Just capturing like that. Because the thing is, if you move like this, you'll allow this rook to
Open up,
open up.
and also open up your king to potential attacks.
Yeah. So okay.
And Carlsen does not let such opportunities to slip. Yeah. Now he will squeeze Timur Garyaev into square and put pressure.
So now cannot go here, as it, and the same story will happen if it will move to f6.
If it goes to d7 anyway,
Yeah. So the only option seems like either this or this.
So
Okay, let's go to the game where a draw happened. Okay, so we came till here.
yeah, when they were about to castle, castles. Oh, there. Here maybe capture the pawn, maybe. Let's just. No, that's not the way to go.
That's gonna, I think.
Still, there is advantage for black, but it's not as much as it was.
Yeah, I think it would just kind of make it equal. But
What is the right way to go otherwise? Maybe going to here. It's the same like taking.
but
No, worse than taking.
like that.
It will be defended again.
Yeah. So okay, let's see what happened then. H4, H5.
So he couldn't find the winning move. There wasn't any winning move there.
Yeah, another mistake.
Mistake is met by mistake. And after this move, they agreed to draw.
So after making mistakes, they decided to not to continue that, just made a draw.
But the position is still in the middle game, and it's strange that they both agreed to draw in such early stage. and the position seems to be not really balanced.
Yeah. Okay, so the story that's happening here.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is increasing his advantage over the board, but black is also trying to become active. See, Walber dropped a bit, but still it favors the black pieces, white pieces.
What about h4?
Maybe you can move.
After h4.
Yeah, it's the best move, I think. Yeah, the evaluation bar didn't change at all.
Cannot move here. Either here, so the only option, like either this or this. This one.
Yeah, that seems the way to go.
Like somehow.
Maybe in this
Maybe.
like maybe here, maybe opening up the rook, and queen will have to drop back, and maybe can just take the pawn here and just drops back to here, for example. And because this square is protected by this knight as well.
But if you move here, and it's gonna move here.
Then that square will be covered with the queen. Yes.
Okay, let's see. h4. They've played the same.
Oh, Timur Gayaev has got 1 minute on the clock. 1 minute. But Carlsen, on the other hand, 12 minutes.
Okay. Let's see what's happening here. This game. So we're here. Oh.
Let's sacrifice his bishop for a pawn, and it seems that it is not the right sacrifice to make. Instead, he should have just...
The position is equal. But after this move, the advantage is on the white side. Yeah, this is obvious.
That pawn on f.
Wow.
Whoa. That's a brilliant move again.
Look, if he's going to capture with knight, it will become queen. But look at this.
He takes with rook.
This one.
Whoa. That could be the way to...
Look at this. Beautiful, isn't it?
Ooh, royal fork, right?
Yes.
But I think in the game he didn't find that move size.
No, he did this move. And Rapper this thing. Yeah, so he resigned the game.
Oh.
Really beautiful game indeed.
So Richard Laporte also lost
Yes.
one match in the tournament already.
Wow. Great move, really.
If Richard Laporte let him, he would have made another brilliant move.
Yes.
But he didn't. So, well, now we'll go back to Magnus Carlsen's game.
Yes, we are in the same. Wow, really passive queen here. So Magnus Carlsen is attacking now. Yeah, that's...
Now it's just game over. He'll just pressure and line up his rooks on f file.
Yeah.
We'll take the bishop on e6.
You mean like this, yeah?
Yeah. He'll bring the rooks and just take the bishop on e6.
Or even like... so
but he's still trying to...
to make something out of it.
Yeah.
What about capturing this pawn?
We can do that. No one will scold us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't...
Yeah, so after this move, g6, f7,
what if
checkmate.
What if pawn takes pawn? Pawn takes pawn, takes,
No.
takes,
You just need to capture this.
Then takes.
And then the same follows here. Like again, this.
Checkmate in various ways.
So, Magnus Carlsen is thinking.
But Timur Garyaev has got just 19 seconds on the clock, and that's not enough against world's best player ever. So we can go to Yu Yangyi and Narayan Sunidulu.
So I think we're in this position. Yeah. You came here. Yeah, so it moved here.
Exchange of knights. Now there's an open file for the rook.
Yes.
And that will be used for attacking the kings.
Yeah, this one.
Now I think the only defense is that, but that is the mistake. But
yeah, he could move like h5.
Yeah, that could have been a much safer approach, I think, because the bishop on g4 is there, and the pawn on h5 will be supporting it, and there's no easy way to kick out the bishop. Well.
Wow. Castling?
Not the best way to go, I think.
h4 and h4.
Now he's moving. Yeah.
So bringing rook here, then like.
And what will be the continuation? If you move the rook there.
c5. 5.
Going for a close position.
Capturing. Yeah, so he kinda
brought it to a castle, right? Everything's defended.
Increased the safety of its king.
Yeah.
So now he's ready to start attacking. So like I think he was planning right from here, so that there is no such a move.
Yeah.
Giving a check and giving a fork. h5, so Indian grandmaster is somehow trying to manage with this situation, and so far they brought to this situation.
So we can go to other games, I think.
Yeah, this one is really weak.
It's like hanging, right?
Yeah.
It can be captured at any moment.
So is it hanging this one too?
Many pawns are hanging at the same time.
So Magnus Carlsen won the game.
Yeah, he's got 4.5 points out of 5. Timur Garyaev, on the other hand, has just lost his first match in the World Rapid World Championship.
I think after this game, Magnus Carlsen is now becoming a leader. He's now leading the tournament because the only person with 4 points was Timur Garyaev, and as he got lost, the maximum point
is like 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5. So and Magnus Carlsen have beaten the one of the highest. One of the best players, and so that's why I think he's now leading the tournament.
According to additional statistics, I think he's leading the tournament.
There are also, like, you can see 3 Indian players playing here. Maxim Chigayev here playing with Vidit Santosh.
And drops back to c3. Again, pawn push. Tension. There's so much tension in the center. So we are now here, right? Or yeah. We are now here, and Maxim Chigaev is thinking about his next moves. So we will be going to maybe here, Vladimir Fedyosov and Vaharat Subramaniam. So they both has got 3.5 points out of 4 in the fifth round. They still haven't decided which side has got the win. Now there is like 5 to 5 points, right?
Yes.
And opposite colored bishops and rooks. If both of the rooks are traded, then the game will be draw. Because opposite colored bishops and with the same pawn structures and with the same amount of pawns will always be a draw if one side doesn't make a blunder.
So if you're gonna look at the standings, Ivan Cheparinov is now leading, and Magnus Carlsen is now the second with the same amount of points. So there are some players who are still playing their games. So after that, we're gonna have the overall standings.
And that will be the end of the first Rapid World Championship day. And tomorrow we are going to have 4, and the day after tomorrow we are also going to have 4 rounds.
Yeah, so although like it was the beginning, it wasn't maybe it wasn't full of some interesting games. It still brought us some
variety and some surprises we didn't.
Like who could have thought that Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, Duda, Maxima Shilograf would lose their points right from the first round. But Magnus Carlsen still managed to...
And Anish Giri as well. He lost his first match against a grandmaster, Anish Giri. He was also said to be top seed and was one of the favorites to win the tournament.
Magnus Carlsen managed to come back and
won 4 consecutive games to secure his second place. Right now, there are some players with the same points, so maybe we can go to Uzbek players' results. Maybe Nurbek Yakubayev.
Nurbek Yakubayev played draw.
Yeah,
if you remember.
Yeah.
So King is here.
So Nurbek is going for a win.
Oh, King
has got
surrounded by pawns.
3 pawns and 1 knight.
So what he could done is rook h7.
Yeah, attacking the pawn on b7.
Yes.
And if that pawn drops, then there will be 3 passed pawns on a b3 diagonals, and I think that they will be unstoppable once b7 pawn drops. Now Black is planning to move the knight out of the way of 2 rooks and attack the pawn on f2. Where can he move? Maybe to here. It's white too, right?
Yes. No, you know what? Something like this.
Well, sacrificing the knight, right?
Yeah, or like without any headaches. Moving here, then check.
Yeah.
Capture
If it's
the bishop.
captured, then the bishop will be captured.
Yeah, so bishop g4, rook g8.
So they are thinking another bake. We will hope that he will win the tournament. We can go to maybe Babur Sattar's game, who is one of the favorites in Uzbekistan. We can search it maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. Babur
So
Sattar
he already won. Oh,
has just played with a person who's got like 500 FIDE points, rated lower than him, and he just won the game.
so the
And he's
turning
got
point was
2
here.
points out of 5.
Yeah, like that's too obvious.
Yeah, it seems like he didn't have any difficulty
Yeah,
in this game.
look at this.
4 pieces in the first rank after like 20 moves, right?
Yeah.
Seems like undeveloped his pieces. Now,
Yeah, this one was also not good. Wow.
and that was the game ended with checkmate.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting because mostly such top players doesn't really go for checkmates. They will just resign like 2 or 3 moves before.
Let's see Halsarin's game
Okay.
against Georgian Grandmaster. Position is equal.
There are 3 pawns, and if these 2 pawns, the one in a4 and the one in e3 were connected, maybe there would have been some chance. But this one is like a dead draw. Like we can see from the evaluation bar, it's like 0.1. It's like draw. But in the time travel, we used to see mistakes. Even one of the fastest players in the world, like Nihal Sarin, make mistakes in such rapid tournaments where he's
Let's
got.
see Daniel
less time.
Dubov. We haven't yet revised.
Yeah. But
Looked at
he's got one of the highest rated, right?
Yes.
2,712.
Accepted English. Accepted Queen's Gambit. Well, okay. So he captured.
Pawn takes pawn. Exchange of rooks. Oh, that taking that pawn was obviously a mistake.
Maybe this one was better.
Maybe because he would have to take and just lose the bishop, right?
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't take, he would have to move the queen out of to another square. So he created a pass.
Blunder here.
He wants to check, but the g2 square is already covered with the bishop.
At least like preventing this bishop to pass, maybe.
They're moving. Look, the time is changing so much because Indian Grandmaster, he doesn't have so much time. Just giving up the pawn. No. Giving up the pawn to win another pawn, right?
Queen d1.
Maybe queen d7. No, queen d7. Protecting the pawn on g4 and making the square c8 for making a way for the pawn on c6 to become a queen.
What if f5?
f5 wouldn't be, but there is also something.
Okay, so
Sorry. So, yeah, seems like white is winning because there are two passed pawns, and it is simply impossible to stop all of them.
bringing rook here.
Maybe just take the rook. But he moved there. Pawn, queen takes pawn, exchanged. How will he win this match? How will he win? Because if they exchange this pawn on f and g5,
He'll just bring the rook here, and then, like, if the king moves here, just capture, give a check, then again back. So if it's going to move back, he's going to move with a pawn here, give a check, then capture this. If after this blacks are going to play this, he'll just play f3, and blacks will have to move with their king, giving up the pawn on g5.
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
So he didn't move with f3, just stepped back. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's it.
So Yu Yangyi won
The match.
yeah, and I think he has now 4.5.
Yeah, he is in third place after Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Arjun Erigaisi is now leading.
So it seems that Arjun Erigaisi has got really great chance to qualify for the candidates tournament, because we saw earlier in the FIDE circuit points he was like 4th or 5th in the rank, and the difference between second, third and first ranks were not much. But if he goes in this mode, in this mentality, he will have a great chance to qualify for the candidates tournament.
And this game is still continuing. King d4.
Norderbeck is trying to win queen and rook endgame, rook and pawn endgame, but there are 3 pawns on each side. However, Norderbeck's got 2 connected passed pawns on b6 and b5.
Closer.
Yeah, they're closer to the 8th rank than the ones in the black.
Okay, so Andrei Sipenko, also one of the well-known players. So he has got so far 2.5 points out of 4.
He drew his 3 of his games.
Yeah. And now he's playing against another Indian chess player.
And it also seems, again, a draw.
Yeah.
After this many moves.
Like just repeating
the moves could be the way to go, yeah.
Because if whites are not going to do so, they are going to lose. They have only 2 pawns.
Yeah.
They have 5. Yeah, they have 3. So if so, whites also have a chance to lose this, have a probability to lose this pawn on a3, and the ratio is going to be 1 to 3, which is not a good.
Which is nearly losing, I think.
Yeah, so I think that this game is going to draw. Let's see some upper tables.
Maybe Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah.
And this one also seems like a draw. There are 2 rooks and opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
At one point they will exchange the rooks, and that will be draw. But they may decide to make a draw.
With this, it's now equal
Another way make the mistake. Put his king to wrong square, or he just hurried a little much.
Let's see. Rook h7.
The computer is requesting h7.
Okay.
But seems like Alexander has found a way to make the game a draw.
Yes.
And Norderbeek has just lost his half point here, where he was winning and just slipped just a little bit, tried very hard and wanted to win fast, just moving his pawns and making queen, but that didn't work out. As you can see here, he just made a draw.
Just giving checks, and
he's got 3 points, I think.
That's who?
Norderbeek.
Yeah, he got 3. He will be.
After this
he will have
draw, he will have 3 points out of 5, which is not good, which is not what we expected from this young prodigy, actually.
So Vladimir Fedoseev and they are playing for draw, so I don't think there is a need to switch their games too.
Yeah.
That's Sergei Grigorians and Yuri Kuzubov. That's for.
It's favoring white pieces because they are up in exchange, and also the pieces are bishop. Active, right?
Rook for bishop.
Yes.
And this pawn is going to be soon, and here. I think the main priority of whites is to convert this to queen. So they'll
maybe
try this.
While becoming queen, after becoming queen, Black will sacrifice one of his pieces for the, and that will be just not enough to hold it.
Yeah. So now becomes a tougher.
Hasn't made a draw. Oh, now Alexander is thinking about winning the game.
Yeah. I also think the same, but I don't think there is a way to win this game.
Yeah, because the b7 pawn is one step away from becoming queen, and it's really risky to, But even if he allows for one move to make, still he can make, right?
If allowed, another backup star makes change. Rooks.
He will just move out of the way, right?
Yeah. But I don't think what he's thinking of. I don't know.
If his time runs out, that would be great, actually.
I think the game has turned to draw.
But there is some lateness in,
some delay happening there. So, okay, this is draw game. Let's see some other game.
Most of the results of the 5th round are already clear. And there are only 4 or 5 nights left, I guess. And there is one.
So let's see this game. Bahadur Jabara, also one of the prominent grandmasters, playing against the member of a host team, Sadik Parsaidaliyev. And here the game is also
seems to draw, but if there is one side that wants to play for a win, it is white, because they've got 2 pieces against rook, and in an open match, if the rook is not played exactly and accurately, they will be better than just one rook. But right now he's playing accurately.
So there is also one game. This one is
so close.
Well, this is draw, literally draw.
This is 100% draw.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this, this big probability of draw, because they can't push any of their pawns.
Look at the structure. So that's completely draw.
So there are only a few, very few games left. Like one, two here. Edis Gurel and Robert Rock here. And third one, Badur Jabal and Said Aliyev.
Okay, so I think the main games are finished.
Yes.
And for now there are 5 players who share the first place, and well, this game has given some surprising. This match day has given us some surprising games, and well, the interesting games are still need to be played tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
And tomorrow will be. We promise that tomorrow will be much more interesting than today, because now 5 rounds has finished already. The race for becoming champion is going to start from tomorrow, actually.
So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and sorry for being late today.